Michael Jackson, the biopic Michael, won the box office this weekend. Did very, very well. $97 million. And in fact, that makes it the biggest opening of a biopic, not just musical biopics, but just in general.
And here's the amazing thing. It was savaged by the critics. I mean, it had like a 33% on Rotten Tomatoes. People didn't give a rat's ass. They wanted to see this movie.
The Super Mario Galaxy movie was in second place with $21.2 million. Project Hail Mary's hanging in there at third with $13.2 million. And then rounding out the top five were Lee Cronin's The Mummy and The Drama at number 5. So a judge has ruled in favor of Kim Kardashian and Kris Jenner, sending Ray J's countersuit over their sex tape dispute to private arbitration instead of a public courtroom. Ray J had argued they violated a settlement by discussing the tape on The Kardashians, the show, but the court agreed the contract requires such disputes to be handled privately.
It ruins his image as a freeloader.
Yeah. But Ray J's bad luck doesn't end there. Only Ray J's countersuit moves to arbitration, while a defamation case filed by Kim and Kris against him following Ray J's claims that Kim and Kris were under investigation for racketeering remains in court. It's hard to keep track of all these.
It's crazy.
Their lawyer...
Can you imagine what the legal binders look like for all this stuff?
Yeah. The lawyer, Alex Spiro, shared with TMZ that, quote, "We expect the court to rule in our favor, and we're pleased with the decision.
Be confident my clients will be vindicated."
Yep. So Sydney Sweeney turned heads at the Stagecoach Festival when Scooter Braun lifted her onto his shoulders as they sang along to Ella Langley's hit song, Choosin' Texas.
Scooter!
The pair...
You're going to make me vomit.
...appeared to be enjoying their time, not caring about the crowd surrounding them. Later in the night, Sweeney mingled and sang her heart out with celebs, including Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis.
They hung out with Spanky and Alfalfa. You know the whole gang, Scooter, Spanky.
Alfalfa, Stymie.
The cool dog with a ring around its eye.
Yeah, Petey.
I mean, a lot of people out there they'll lose the nickname at a certain age, because it makes them sound young.
It makes it sound. How do you take that seriously?
I don't, because there's a Muppet named Scooter, and he's like the dweeby dude with the glasses.
But he's a Muppet.
Yeah.
Didn't you love the Little Rascals when you were a kid?
Oh my God!
Yeah.
They were, it was already ancient by the time I was a kid, but I still watched them anyway.
Do you know, if you watch that, and I have actually seen them recently, they have these pregnant pauses.
Oh, really?
Where there's to really drive home a joke, the pacing comedically is so atypical of what we have now. Yeah. But I love it.
I need to go back and watch some of those old episodes. So let's see. Love the Spanky Alfalfa over there. Scooter and Sweeney were first linked in June last year after connecting at Jeff Bezos's and Lauren Sanchez's wedding in Italy, by the way.
Where is there it is.
Jeffrey Bezos.
I saw him reaching for it.
Yeah, you got to give it.
Since then, they've gone increasingly public with their romance, so they're just letting it all hang out there.
Right. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I'm thrilled with that, but all right.
I started watching a new season of Euphoria. It's weird.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Everyone is saying, Marissa, that it's almost become like a bizarre. It's too fetishistic.
It's good that they're all grown up. They're not pretending to be in high school anymore. But it's OnlyFans
right.
They're all naked a lot.
Okay. Spencer Pratt has outraised incumbent Mayor Karen Bass in the Los Angeles mayoral race, pulling in over $539,000 compared to her roughly $494,000 since January. Running as an independent, but previously registered as a Republican, Pratt says that he felt compelled to enter the race, claiming wildfire reports tied to Bass were altered to hide negligence. Her office has firmly denied those accusations. Pratt said in a February interview with NBC, "I don't want to be running for mayor," adding that he'd rather be at home with his family, but he felt he had no choice. That said, it sounds like his sister, Stephanie Pratt, also doesn't want him for mayor. She accused him in February of running for mayor in a bid to, quote, stay famous. And she said, and I love this quote, she said, "Spencer has done great work for the Palisades, but L.A. does not need another unqualified and inexperienced mayor. A vote for him is a vote for stupidity."
Oh, wow.
That is what his sister has
Good
said.
sister, yeah.
Right?
You're a sweetheart.
Mm-hmm. All right, so timing is everything, and Ben Stiller had horrible timing on Saturday night. The actor was live tweeting his support for the New York Knicks as they played the Atlanta Hawks, and just after they secured the win, he posted, "Got it done." Unfortunately, the post came about 20 minutes after a gunman fired shots in the hotel hosting the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
Oh, man.
Many on the internet, including Congresswoman Nancy Mace, misconstrued the post as being something else entirely. Mace responded to the post with, "Got what done?" while Richard Grinnell, former director of the Kennedy Center, simply said in response, "WTF." But I think he was at the game, and he was posting, and so, yeah.
When stuff like that happens, it's always wise. Take a breath.
Oh, yeah.
Let everything play out, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's, not everybody's paying attention to the exact same thing all the time.
And your first reaction should not be to dive on social media.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Wicked actor Marissa Bodie claims that she was denied boarding on a Southern Airways flight because of her disability. She, as seen in the Wicked movies, is confined to a wheelchair after a childhood car accident has left her paralyzed. The actor explained what happened with the airline on TikTok. She said, "I got to the gate and I was like, hey, can you help me locate my boarding pass?" And the two people at the gate looked at me and they're like, "Can you stand?" And I said, "No." And they said, "I'm sorry. Because of that, we're going to have to deny you boarding," she claimed.
We're not going to let her on our flight, are we, guys, huh?
Bodie said that she was forced to drive 3.5 hours to her final destination, adding that the airline should be ashamed. In a statement, Southern Airways called the actress's experience upsetting and said that it does not reflect the standard to which we hold ourselves. So I guess they're going to take a look into that.
Yeah, because if you're going to hold people up to that litmus test, it's going to be problematic if they're in a wheelchair. Okay, but you got to stand up. I can't.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I'm in a wheelchair.
You see that there's wheels on this thing, right?
I just thought it was a cool chair.
Right.
Yeah.
Cool
Maybe
chair with wheels, dude.
Maybe they're so used to people pulling that scam that helps you board early.
Right.
If you get it, so you just lie and say you need,
I know.
wheelchair
It could be.
assistance.
Hey, dude, what's that thing that's helping you breathe?
Yeah.
That's cool.
So we told you last week that Nikki Glazer got a care package full of pasta from Leonardo DiCaprio, relaying the story. Glazer had explained, honestly, the amount of press it got, I was a little embarrassed. She said, he's going to think that I'm just bragging about it. In fact, she told the story out of desperation. She said, I was just trying to come up with a funny story for Fallon. I only have a few.
I think that's a sweet story.
I do, too.
Yeah.
But
she is, her star has risen quite a lot.
Oh, yeah.
But I mean, when we had after the Tom Brady thing, when the whole world was looking at her, and we reached out to get her on the show, she came on and gave us 40 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
So she's very cool.
She was extremely talkative
Yeah.
last time we had her on. That was after all of that explosion.
Everyone was wanting an interview.
Yeah, and I just love, now she's pitch man for Amazon Prime, the Alexa machine and all that. I'm like, wow, we know her. She raised her dildo on our show.
I am curious of, we have to watch out for overexposure.
Yeah.
Because she's being mentioned quite a bit, and that can happen. That must be such a fine line to walk if you are in the spotlight, you're an entertainer, and all of a sudden you're having all these offers and you're just taking everything that's thrown at you.
You got to play it right, like the Kardashians.
Yeah. Right.
They never risk.
But it's hard to tell.
overexposure.
Some people can go on and on and on
I know.
and be overexposed,
Do you
and
know
other
who's-
people, it's the death of them as far as their career goes.
To be honest, Pedro Pascal had a bit of it. He was in everything.
Yeah.
And even people who are fans were like, okay, enough.
Yeah, we need a break.
Yeah.
So, I was sad to see this. Helena Bonham Carter has exited season 4 of The White Lotus as her role undergoes major changes ahead of filming. In a statement, HBO had said, with filming just underway on season 4 of The White Lotus, it had become apparent that the character which Mike White created for Helena Bonham Carter did not align once on set. So there was a difference of opinions on the character.
So my question here is, he is currently, or at least at that time, was doing Survivor. This Survivor, he is, he competed on Survivor once, was back for this. He said he was having to step away from White Lotus. He's the showrunner, the creator.
Yeah.
And I wonder if not having him around led to her being removed from the cast.
HBO continues saying the role has subsequently been rethought, is being rewritten, and will be recast in the coming weeks. So they're already shooting, and she's pulled out of it. The network noted HBO, the producers, and Mike White are saddened that they won't get to work with her, but remain ardent fans. and very much hope to work with the legendary actress on another project soon.
I mean, everything, all the seasons have been great, but I really loved the last season.
Yeah, it was great. Season 4 of the hit series is set in France this time around during the Cannes Film Festival. Other cast members include Steve Coogan, Dylan Ennis, Alexander Ludwig, Chris Messina, AJ Michalka, and Kumail Nanjiani, and many more.
So over the weekend, Claire and I were watching a lot of shows, catching up, and we're like high-fiving each other when we got up to, okay, we're all the way caught up. And I'm looking at it and going, we are becoming Wall-E. We're just sitting motionless, watching TV, and we're considering it an achievement. Look at us.
Michael B. Jordan is developing a film adaptation of the popular Battlefield video game. With Christopher McQuarrie set to write, direct, and produce. Is this like Battlefield World War I, World War II?
That's what I'm thinking.
That's what I was thinking, too. So Jordan is also set to produce and may star in the future though that isn't confirmed at this time.
Because in the video game, actually the lead character, the first character you play, kind of looks like Michael B. Jordan.
Really?
Yeah.
All right.
Plot details are under wraps as well. The video game franchise focuses on large-scale multiplayer warfare and has had stories in the past, present, and futuristic settings, which doesn't really narrow things down. At this point, the movie is being shopped around with theatrical releases being targeted. Ellen DeGeneres is returning to the world of Disney animation, but it's in a new short. Deadline is reporting that the comedian is once again voicing Dory.
This is for Eating Nemo?
The blue tang fish with memory problems from the Finding Nemo universe. No other details are available, including what the short is about and how fans will be able to see it.
Filleting Nemo.
She has provided the voice for Dory for 2 feature films as well as Disney theme park attractions and various shorts and cross-platform integrations.
Before you said that, I was like, was there a second Nemo?
Yeah. I'm finding Dory.
Okay, what was the plot?
They were in an aquarium. They end up in an aquarium. I only remember that part of it because there was an octopus. And
okay.
I'm not sure
out
I
of the
saw
water
it.
Yeah. Okay. Now I remember.
Yep. It was not as fun as the original, but it was still pretty good. So, all right. So Gen V, the first spinoff series from The Boys, didn't turn out to be as successful as the series that spawned it. Prime Video has declined to re-up the series for a 3rd season, which means the streamer will lose both The Boys, which comes to a conclusion after its 5th season, and one of its 2 spinoffs. The other, Vought Rising, is set to premiere next year.
Yeah, I wonder how much more they can milk this cow.
Are you enjoying this season of The Boys?
Here's what the deal is. I came into it in advance hearing such terrible things about it that when I watched it, I'm like, this is better than I've been hearing.
Yeah.
And so my judgment might be a little skewed, but I'm enjoying it.
Okay.
It is the wrap-up, and you're finally seeing Homelander have some formidable competition. Yeah.
Okay.
So Gen V got off to a fast start, earning an early renewal midway through its 1st season, but the untimely death of series star Chance Perdomo led to production delays from which the series never fully recovered.
You like it, though, too, Marissa, right? This is not your wheelhouse, but you watch The Boys.
I like the first. I love like Deadpool and Ant-Man, like those kind of off the wall, a little bit superhero. So I did like this.
You're not a Game of Thrones, Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter.
No, but I did fall off in the last season.
Yeah, a lot of people.
But I enjoyed The Boys a lot. I really enjoyed the. I enjoyed the business side of it too. Like, so, Vox. What is that? The
Vought.
That's close. That, and then there was like the assistant, the red-haired assistant, watching her and things.
By
like
the way,
that.
she gains powers.
Yep.
Oh, does she?
Yeah. It's pretty wild. But she gets it in like the way you wouldn't want to get powers.
Right.
Yeah. So it's kind of an interesting conceit.
Oh, interesting.
Well, Gen V that's not going to be a 3rd season, so whatever they've left hanging that's done, apparently.
It's always satisfying as if you were to know that's happening.
All right, and then one last story before we move on to the clips. The most recent big screen adaptation of Wuthering Heights will soon be available to watch at home. The hit film starring Margot Robbie and Jacob Elordi is set to premiere on HBO Max this coming Friday. before debuting on HBO the following day at 8 p.m. The film, which also stars Hong Chow, Shazad Latif, Allison Oliver, Martin Clunes, and Ewan Mitchell, made $84 million at the box office since it opened in February. Earning $241 million globally. What is Wuthering Heights about? Do we know?
It's a stable. It's a classic sort of. They call like a bodice ripper, where it's cross lovers who forbidden love, and it's you've seen it countless times mimicked.
I know the title. I remember that was who was in the original one? Elizabeth.
I don't know. I'm forgetting Preston.
I don't know if there was an original.
There was. Yeah.
But are you thinking of the Titanic chick or?
It was Joe Klecko and Terry Bradshaw.
No. I was thinking of. God, I'm sorry. I'm sick today. I don't feel well, but. I thought it was Elizabeth Taylor for some reason.
Or maybe I'm thinking Olivier?
No, I'm thinking of National Velvet. I don't know why. Anyhow.
All right.
Well, but anyhow, Wuthering Heights. Oh, did you find the original, Marissa?
There seems to be a 1939.
Yep, that's the original.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Anyway, let's do the clips. The Rookie follows LAPD's oldest member to join the force. Here, Eric Winter shares how it's the youngest generation that drives the show's success.
We're breaking records in season 8 that we were doing numbers in season 2. And it's this young demo finding us on social media, and they are obsessed, like just binging.
Forget I knew it.
New episode of The Rookie airs tonight. That's at 10 p.m. on ABC. Here's our next one. Federal agents work to thwart. You don't get to say that word often. Thwart international threats in CIA. And here, Tom Ellis explains the difference between this show and his counterpart FBI.
I mean, FBI is very much dealing with crimes that have already happened, whereas the CIA are trying to stop them from happening in the first place. I mean, that's the kind of like broader approach of it, basically, and how the type of cases that they work on.
I don't think I want to see it.
If I had an English accent, that's the accent I would want to have.
That kind,
yes, that kind of That's very learned style. New episode of CIA airs tonight. That's at 10 o'clock on CBS, by the way. All right, there you go. Entertainment Report. Done. Finished for this Monday morning, the 27th of April. We are donezo with it. We do have some things going on this morning. Scott Patterson, the actor, will be joining us this morning. He is going to be performing at City Winery in Philadelphia tomorrow.
He's got a band. He's been doing music for a long time, but obviously the Gilmore Girls legend is huge, and he was, main character forever.
So he's stopping by this morning in about an hour and a half or so, something like that. But we have No Sad Dough that's coming up roughly an hour from now as well. So we got stuff to do and things to give away. We're going to take a break and come back in just a moment. So come back with us and we'll dive into some good stuff with you. Stay put. New year, obviously, and today is and I've done this the past few years. It's a new me.
Is it a new you?
It's a new me.
What is the earmark of a new you right now?
Oh, losing 20 pounds.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Did you allow yourself the latitude to enjoy the holidays fully?
Very much
okay.
So. Yeah, exactly.
Would that be represented with a large alcohol quotient, or was there cookies and baked goods
and ice cream?
Okay.
Yeah. But I took a couple days off.
All right.
But for the most part, I went full steam.
Yeah.
The entire time. I said, screw it. I'm like, what am I going to do?
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
Modeling days are over.
Yeah, exactly. So, but no, I'm getting right back to it. And one of the things that we have to deal with specifically, and a lot of people listening do, is getting your sleep back on track.
Yeah.
Because you allow yourself maybe little latitude, staying up a little later, getting up a little later.
What time are you getting up during the days off?
8.
Okay.
8:30. Something like that.
So I do 6:30 or 7, but my natural internal clock, and I'd say statistically in any given year since we've been doing this show, I beat the alarm. I cancel the alarm before it goes off by about 5 minutes. So, and I try to keep it that way a little bit earlier, so it's not as in your face when you change over to our real deal schedule. And it seems to work. We'll see how that is on Wednesday when it tends to hit you fully.
My goal during the break was to not get out of bed until after 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock.
9 o'clock.
After 9.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So do your dogs want you to get up before that?
Reggie had me up earlier yesterday, so I was up at about 8:45 yesterday.
So they sleep in as well.
Well, yeah. Reggie's just so funny because he literally will like blow in my face. He puts his nose up against my face and he goes like, and he like blows in my face. I'm like, it's not happening right now.
Can you push
buddy.
him down to your crotch?
Yeah, right. No, listen, there are other people in the house that
are taking care of that.
No, well, they're allowed to. They're allowed to let the dogs out.
But they don't. But they don't. Oh, I hear you. Yeah. Oh, that's great.
All right, so I saw a couple of tips on how to get your sleep back on track after the holidays.
Yeah, this can be very valuable.
So this was I forgot, I don't know what the source is, but I saw these, and these are pretty good tips actually. So you need to refocus on your wind down routine. Most nights, you need to prepare your body to snooze because exhaustion won't do it. So some swear by, and I had never heard of this term before, dark showering. Have you heard of this?
Dark showering.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, so it apparently helps the body relax.
With the lights off?
It's essentially taking a shower in the dark.
Huh.
Or with super low lighting. I'd never thought about that. Now we're morning shower people.
Yeah.
So I'm looking for the opposite effect. I'm looking for wake up, get going, let's get moving.
Yeah, I don't need that to be a sleep aid.
But this is apparently if you were on your way to go to bed.
Could you move your bed into the shower?
Maybe you could do that.
Listen, I don't take. I think you just said it. Showers for me are get up, let's get going.
Exactly.
Aha.
But I have heard that things like warm water, a warm shower, or warm bath, maybe an hour or so before you go to bed, does help you to some extent.
So that I have done as well, but I will do warm baths like in the afternoon, and I haven't taken a bath in years.
Warm bath in the afternoon.
Yeah.
It's kind of my shower routine. I'm like afternoon or evening showerer, and I like it dimly lit.
Do you not shower in the morning?
And sometimes,
okay,
like 2 or 3 times a week, but not every day in the morning. And I love it piping hot, like burn your skin off hot.
Right. So how about this dark showering? Could you imagine doing that with, I mean, you said you like it dimly lit, but how about like really dark?
I think I could do it really dark.
Okay.
Yeah.
How about dark shaving?
Ooh.
Yeah, that's smart.
I'm awake now. Ready to go.
I get the idea. It's sort of a spa type of vibe if you're just warm. But I again, I don't want to pass out in the shower and end up with a concussion.
So other things you can do to help relax the body are journaling.
Journaling, no.
Or you can,
I'll be in the study journaling.
Or you can pick up one of the books you got.
Bring
for
my
Christmas.
chamomile tea in there.
Yeah. And then it also.
Do you journal? Have you ever journaled at all?
I tried.
Have you ever kept a diary?
So I tried. Not that long ago, I felt that I wanted to write Rochelle a letter.
Yeah.
I don't remember why. This is a few years ago, but it was important to me. Oh, dude.
My dearest wife, when you caught me spanking it in the light of my laptop,
dude.
I want to tell you I was thinking of you. Though I was looking at porn star Dorothy LeMay, I imagined
Oh,
you.
my God. Dorothy LeMay. It's taboo, right? Yeah. All right, anyway. No, I wanted to write her a letter, and my handwriting was way out of whack and needed to be brought back up to speed.
What is this gub?
And also, just stringing words together. I don't write that often. I am not a writer. It's part of the reason why I don't really post on Instagram that much is because I struggle with the written word and conveying what I want to convey via the written word. So I wanted to practice at it.
It's funny you should bring it up.
So I started journaling, and then it went away after a month or so.
Well, I'm sorry to jump in there, but I it's funny you should bring this up because I think you don't need to be a slave to. I completely understand what you're saying, but I see now more and more if it's just flowing naturally. My dad journaled fastidiously throughout his life, and that later was translated into and I played some of the audio on air. He recorded about 8 hours of his journal throughout the life to give to his sons, to my brothers and I, in the event of his passing, and it's the greatest gift. I think it's just an amazing thing. But he had a flair for that. I like to think that I'm pretty good with that as well. But I see more and more people just sort of just writing the words the way they come out, and don't be constrained by it. Your feelings will come through. Does that make any sense?
It does. Are you talking about it on social media?
Well, journal, your private journal.
Okay, yeah.
Because it's not, unless you have intent of publishing it, and then you'll get somebody to clean it up.
No, not at all.
But I mean,
but I will hand wring over social media because people are so kind.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, and I'm pretty good with this, and I'll be. I just wrote. I went to the store EYE. Because I'm just so distracted. And you feel like, now I look like a complete moron.
Yeah, but those comments help your algorithm, Steve.
Oh, yeah.
No, I did see a suggestion of journaling and writing things with the staunch idea that, you never need to go back and reread it. Just let it out. Kind of can be practiced.
Yeah.
It's kind of what you're saying, Steve.
Just let your feelings end up on the page and grammar be damned.
The act of doing it is supposedly cathartic.
It's like spanking it.
It's like that. Just the act alone.
Act as if, what does they say? Dance as if no one is looking.
Spank it
as if no one is looking.
All right, you can also start a gentle pre-bed exercise.
I do. I fart.
It says, you don't want any strenuous workouts to get the blood pumping right before bed, as that rush can make it harder to drift off. Lighter physical activity can be calming.
I do 200 burpees.
Yoga and Tai Chi are linked to better sleep as they help lower the heart rate and can erase racing minds.
Would you do to me, that's not something I would do. Would you do like a transcendental meditation thing or a meditation?
But I have done, and I got into a pretty good habit of it, and it's part of one of the things I'm going to start doing again is just 10 minutes before bed is just stretch.
Yeah.
It's just do a full body.
Right.
I'm not spending a lot of time stretching, but I make sure that I do pretty much all of the major muscle groups and just do a stretch before going to bed, and that's something I want to get back to doing. That does help me drift off. That was it. Wait, I can't get. My ankle is behind my head now. Way better. Oh. All right, and then they suggest that you gradually adjust your bedtime, because it says suddenly forcing yourself back to that bedtime may leave your body clock a little bit weirded out. So instead, they recommend heading to bed 20 minutes earlier every night to slowly get back to your usual bedtime if you have drifted like a few hours.
I see. Yeah, that's why I sort of keep it somewhat linear to my during the vacation for us is the night before, as opposed to how late you can stay up, as opposed to the day of the vacation or the day off.
Yeah, I'm not obviously with these hours, I'm not a late night person at all anymore. But New Year's Eve we did stay up till about 2, and that's like way crazy late for me. I get up at 3:45 to go to work. So then it kind of, after we did that, the last few days have tweaked me, and I've been staying up late every night till at least midnight. So last night I had to force myself to get my ass into bed.
I tried, like I say, okay, I'm gonna make sure that I'm asleep I usually am asleep by 11. Okay. Which is still not enough sleep, but it's the way my schedule goes. I ended up watching that Screamboat horror movie.
Screamboat Willie?
Screamboat. So, because I couldn't get to sleep. The worst thing to do, the hardest thing to do, force yourself to go to sleep. I'm going to go to sleep now. It just doesn't work.
It's tough to do. Yeah. But and like I told you at the beginning of the show this morning, I'm like, today, got up, no problem.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, probably no problem. Wednesday, forget it. It's always, there's like a 2-day thing, and then a crash is going to hit.
Consider that a taper's alert.
Yeah, totally.
You're going to want to record Wednesday show.
Yeah, I guarantee you I will be out of it. So, but listen, a lot of people are having to deal with kind of getting back. If you were lucky enough to have some time off at the end of the year, some people don't get any time off.
When I think of the way my schedule was when I was doing stand-up, I was often getting home at the time I wake up now.
I bet.
Yeah. It's just insane to think that was my life years ago.
I know.
And now that's completely alien to me.
God, I remember when I was first approached at doing morning radio, I said, no way.
No.
I said, you are out of your mind. There's no way I want to get up that early in the morning.
It was not uncommon for me, Casey, you talk about the way you do things now, to put on a movie I really wanted to see at 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
And sit there and watch it till 2:30, 3 o'clock, because that was the way I was wired, you know?
Yep.
This is crazy.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
All right, here's another thing to keep in mind as we move into the new year and after, everything that that you've gone through over the past year, kind of reassessing, not just getting some sleep or getting exercise and so on, but this is a good time to assess like decluttering things.
Oh.
We did replace the smoke detectors.
Yes, we did that
because they recommend either do that on a holiday or daylight savings time.
I just disconnected them because they're so annoying.
Marissa, later on this morning, actor Scott Patterson from Gilmore Girls is going to be in our studio, and he's performing at City Winery tomorrow night, by the way. And he's tied to the area. He's a Philly guy, which is really cool. So we'll get to spend some time with him in a little while. But in the meantime, dusting off a character we haven't had on the show in a long time.
I don't even know how we used to introduce this.
Well, I've got Casey to set it up for us, but it's time for the travel agent now. So, yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the travel agent.
I have a series of stories and information about those who might be planning your summer vacation.
Well, which many people are right now.
Yeah, we've started talking about it because we have not done a family hit the road vacation in a long, long time. It's been many years since we've done it. We now visit the Jersey Shore. That's our summer thing. But we do want to go somewhere else with the family, and we're trying to figure it out. And we personally have a little bit of a conundrum. One of our posse has developed a fear of flying.
Oh, man.
And so flying anywhere is off the table, which means we need to focus on somewhere within a reasonable driving distance. I am not we're getting in the car for 17 hours guy. I just planning your summer vacation. I'm not about that. So we got to figure something out that that's within like 8 hours. Yeah, train too, but still, So anyhow,
listen,
train is as expensive as flying almost, man.
Yeah, would you ever jump aboard a freight train if one of the doors was open?
Ride the rails?
Yeah.
I think there's something romantic about that.
What about like a sleepaway car type of thing? My cousin was like, he really, really wanted to do that, and you can get one of those sleeper things.
Surprising thing is, you think I'm going to save some money.
No,
they're
you're not.
Expensive.
I mean, an RV?
They're expensive.
No. A sleeper train.
One of those.
Yeah.
Oh, no. We haven't really thought about that.
My in-laws have been doing it every year now for Florida because somebody in my family doesn't like flying either. And you drive down to Virginia-ish, and then you can go down to Florida. But it is a little expensive, but they say it's great.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't really considered that option.
There are certain things,
I haven't thought about
not to go off on a tangent here, but there are certain things that are legendary rides, like the Orient Express or the Royal Scotsman, which takes you through the Scottish Highlands, and you get to see, or the Canadian Rockies. There's a train trip that is you're sightseeing, you're seeing stuff on the train,
right,
which is amazing. A lot of times these are not exactly scenic routes these trains are taking.
Right. See, I don't mind a road trip. I really love a good old road trip. And I just drove 10 hours on Friday to Michigan to see my daughter. The part that I hate is like the first 5 hours, that 5 hour radius around this area, because I've seen it all. It's old, it's tired. Like I don't need to do the Pennsylvania Turnpike and Jersey Turnpike anymore. Like I'm over that. But once I get out of that radius, I'm like, oh yes, open road,
a whole new world.
The difference is with us, it's 5 grown adults in a van with all your stuff. There is not much room to move around. Yeah.
And besides, you want to get where you're going.
Yeah.
You don't want a sizable amount of your vacation to be consumed with the travel.
It's true, Casey. One of the best road trips I did was flying to a location and then road tripping from there. So we flew to Houston and then drove over to New Orleans.
Yeah, so that's what we're sort of talking about right now, is flying to Denver and then road tripping from there. So do the Rockies and some of the...
Explore out west.
Yeah, explore
That's
out
pretty
west,
good idea.
some of those grand national parks.
Did you say that you kind of got a couple ideas in the queue or anything?
One or two, like Maine or something.
Maine's gorgeous, yeah.
I love Maine, so that's possible.
We went to Portland. I wish I would go back to Portland sooner than later. It was so fun out there.
Well, I did see this story, which is why we're doing the travel agent. New research from Google is giving us a peek as to where Americans are heading this summer. Have the top trending destinations for summer 2026. Their list has just come out. So they analyzed Google Flights data to see which destinations had the biggest year-over-year increases, both here in the U.S. and worldwide, for trips between June 1st and August 31st. So summer vacation
the
plans.
hot time, yeah.
So these are the top trending. Do you want to do international or national first?
Let's do international first.
All right, international first. Number one on this list is St. Martin.
Wow.
Which
I would
we've
not
been
have thought
there.
that. Yeah, we have.
Yeah.
I didn't even, I immediately defaulted to Europe.
Yeah.
I didn't think St. Martin.
Years ago, we took a trip. I'm sorry, Casey, just to lay the groundwork. We took a trip to St. Martin and Anguilla to see Jimmy Buffett play a show. It was through Cheap Caribbean, our travel agency at the time.
Yeah. And listen, we were only like on this one tiny little part of St. Martin's. We didn't really get to see a whole hell of a lot. We were very, very close to the airport. So I was kind of underwhelmed with St. Martin.
I still thought it was cool.
But the catamaran trip to Anguilla and all of that.
That was amazing.
That was amazing.
It was.
Yeah.
Number two is Mexico City, Mexico. Yep, so that's popular. Number three is Stockholm, Sweden. Been there a couple times. It's amazing. It's absolutely beautiful.
You're blowing my mind with these locations.
Then you have Palma de Mallorca, Spain.
My cousin did that. He's a cyclist, and he did this.
He didn't drown?
This cycling trip through Mallorca, and like his guide was somebody who rode in the Tour de France. And they kind of just stayed in this little port town, and then every single day they would just go off. I mean, he basically had to go up a mountain to go down the mountain and stuff. But
I don't like
he
that.
loved it.
I just want to go down the mountain.
I know.
Then you have Budapest, Hungary.
I've been there.
You've been there, yep.
Gorgeous.
Yep. That's a top spot. Then you have Tel Aviv, Israel.
Yes, I hear that's gorgeous as well.
Yeah, yep. It is supposedly a great trip. Number 7, Panama City, Panama. Like, these are places I would never really consider going to.
You own a resort down there, don't you?
Oh, what a wise investment that was. Number 8, Ganju, China.
Ganju, I've been looking at some YouTube videos of places that you look at it and you go, that's got to be AI. And 90% of them are like, that's in China.
Yeah.
It's like, holy hell.
Yeah, we had a friend of mine's son went to Vietnam.
Yeah, which
speaking
looks
just Asia,
gorgeous.
and it is stunningly beautiful.
They're all there was this whole town, sub-city, I guess, like basically carved into a stone cliff.
Wow.
That is just amazing.
That's cool. Then you have number 9 is in Croatia. It's Dubrovnik.
I've heard great things about Croatia, too.
My wife's been.
Okay.
Loved it.
And then the last one on this list is the top trending international destinations for summer travel. Santiago, Dominican Republic. I was thinking it might have been Chile, but it was the Dominican Republic.
I've always wanted to do Great Wolf Lodge, Moscow.
Moscow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I haven't heard anything about it.
It's like 85 degrees inside year-round at that
It's
place.
amazing.
I want to say my favorite place that I stayed at down in the Caribbean was in Tortola. That's in BVI, and it is just a giant island in BVI, and then you can go to other islands from there. But I loved it there. And
Could you see you go check out on an island, you just like veg out and
yeah. But when I do that, like a lot of the Virgin Islands don't have all-inclusives. I'm kind of an all-inclusive.
You
kind
want
of
the
guy.
all-inclusive.
Yeah. I don't have to worry about anything.
So as far as the United States go, I'm going to start at 10 and work our way up because you're not going to believe number 1.
At number 10.
You're not
All
going
right.
to believe it.
All right. I didn't believe a lot of these.
Number 10, San Francisco.
Well, yeah.
Beautiful. I would love
Love
to get
that town.
Would love
if
to
you
get-
like poop and rice-a-roni, have I got a spot for you?
Tony Bennett, everybody.
Public defecation and rice for miles.
He's the man of San Francisco.
Trolley cars.
Yeah, he loves it all.
Rice-a-roni. Poop.
They have those.
I left a big dump in San Francisco.
They have those driverless cars.
Pooping them.
Yeah, you just poop it, and nobody's going to stop you from doing that, right?
Driver, once around the park, I want to see all the poop I can.
All right, number 9 is San Diego.
Let's poop.
You got a lot of California locales
So
here.
La Jolla, in particular, we were at recently for my niece's wedding, and it is a gorgeous area.
Burbank is number 8 on
Burbank?
the list. Yep. Uh-huh.
Is that more landy?
Yes, it's more landy.
Yeah. It's L.A., right?
Yeah.
Basically.
Burbank.
Okay. There's no like attractions per se there,
There's
right?
Burbank
Just LA.
Burbank World.
Burbank, there are TV studios.
TV
in
studios,
Burbank,
yeah.
You know?
Is that where Price is Right is?
Yeah, well,
Maybe.
one of them, yeah.
Then you have Missoula, Montana.
All
Montana
right.
is gorgeous. If you want to get out west and see big sky country, it's absolutely beautiful. Number 6 is Panama City, Florida. Number 5, Fort Myers, Florida. There are several Florida locations on here.
Okay, I've been.
Number 4 is Dallas, Fort Worth.
Yeah, parts of Dallas.
I've never really had any inkling to visit anywhere in Texas, personally.
My dad, Corpus Christi's lovely. But I would say this is that Dallas has a whole bunch to recommend. But there's also, is that your destination or are you stopping off at? I think it's more to me, Dallas has more of like a Vegas, a couple days, and then you're off to somewhere else.
Okay.
You know, maybe, I don't know.
Number 3, Asheville, North Carolina. This is number 3 on the list.
Asheville?
Yeah.
So Asheville is like the new like beer capital of the world.
Is it?
Yeah, they have a lot of local breweries, and Charleston is a really popular place
I know
to
Charleston, yeah.
South
And-
Carolina.
Yes, and Asheville is a little bit more affordable, but just as beautiful.
Is it Charleston?
Everyone loves to dance.
Is it coastal? I don't think it is. Asheville?
No, it's mountainous.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because I've been there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's more just about like the shopping and the
these kind
town
of things.
center.
It's one of those like hipster types of places, like a Charlottesville,
Oh, it's got that vibe?
Asheville, Austin.
Okay.
Yeah.
Number 2 is Sarasota, Florida. And number 1,
All right.
top trending U.S. destination for summer travel, Kansas City, Missouri.
What?
I know.
What?
Barbecue?
Exactly. I do not know.
You've been to Kansas City. I have.
They didn't do much for me.
It's all right.
Yeah.
What are they saying is the draw?
They didn't. So it just they analyzed Google flight data to see which destinations had the biggest year-over-year increases. And that's how they got this. So it says, Kansas City, Missouri, top destination. Visitors won't want to miss the city's famous barbecue and the Kansas City Zoo and Aquarium. They are also hosting 6 FIFA World Cup matches this summer. I mean, so are we.
Yeah.
But, I thought that was an odd pick at number 1.
And you have to check out the Department of Sanitation.
Yeah, please.
I mean,
I haven't been to Kansas City since I was in high school, so it's been a long, long time since I've been. Maybe some improvements have taken place. I don't really know.
The city got behind a lot of businesses, and because there were so many like empty storefronts that when they were hosting the Super Bowl, they spent a lot of money. I also know Matt has a lot of friends that live there because it's so centralized that you can get to a lot of places from there. Maybe it's easy to get to.
take a trip to a place you can get to other places.
I don't know.
That's plan art. Let's do the family summer vacation because it's easy to get there. It's in the middle of the
Why
country.
not just take your vacation at Raleigh-Durham Airport?
Right,
Because you can also get to a lot of...
No, it's pretty much almost dead center in the country, by the way. So, anyway, I thought that was kind of a weird little look.
That is very weird.
Yeah. All right. Also, another list. We're doing this is the Travel Agent, by the way. What song is this?
On the road
Oh, yes. All right.
On the road again.
So another thing that travelers are looking to do is escape the hot weather of the season. Once, they plan in advance to have a coolcation in the warmer years. Now, I did this one year with Parker, and I loved it. We went to, in the dead of summer, we went to Vail, Colorado. And it was phenomenal.
Could not agree more. So we did Whistler. We did Vancouver.
In the
summer.
summertime. Awesome.
Loved it. Temperatures were, during the day, were about 75.
Ooh, yeah.
In the nighttime, fire pit weather. It was fantastic.
Yeah, so I recommend it. I think if you're, when especially when we're going to get hit with the really oppressive hot stuff that's going to be around for a while, planning something in a cooler climate, and still it's warm in these cooler areas. It's just not as hot as it is here.
When we did our Alaskan cruise, it was at the end of August.
Yeah.
And it was about 72.
Perfect.
Claire's there like in a parka, and I'm in shorts and a jersey.
So they're becoming more popular, these coolcations, according to new research from tour company Ingham's Walking. Searches for coolcation climbed 42% year over year. And according to them, I have the top 10 coolcations.
If number one is Kansas City, I'm going to freak.
It is not. and it's all over the world. In fact, I don't see one location in the United States.
No.
Wow. Well,
No.
to me, Alaska would be a perfect coolcation place.
Yeah, not according to this one. So,
Columbia and Associates?
this is, we'll start at number 10. Arkansas, Andorra.
What?
I don't know where that is.
Who?
I don't know.
That's right over by Lafayette Hill, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, Andorra, I guess. The shopping center?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
There's a McDonald's over there.
Number 9 is Dolomites, Italy.
Okay, the Dolomites.
Yep.
Yeah.
I was watching a video about the most remote homes and hotels in the world. And they said there's this one house in the Dolomites that is carved into the side of a mountain. There is no running water, and you almost like every 10th person dies trying to get to this house.
No kidding.
Number 8 is Lech, Austria, Lech. I assume that's how you pronounce it. Then you have Lake Bohine, Slovenia. Voss, Norway. Tasiilaq, Greenland.
Yeah, these all seem about right.
Utuname National Park in Norway.
So you've been
I've been in Sweden and Norway in
Okay.
summertime,
All right.
and it was fantastic. And believe it or not, when we were in Norway, we were in this fjord. So there's no air conditioning anywhere. They don't need it.
Yeah.
But it did get warm, like too warm.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I
how
do like
warm?
it somewhat cool.
Yeah.
It was hot in our hotel room.
Oh, you
I
don't
was
want
bummed
that.
out about
Yeah.
that. Yeah. So then you have Barra Peninsula, Ireland. Les Contamines Monjor, whatever in France.
Whatever.
I don't know. And then the number one spot on this list for coolcation is Nuuk, Greenland.
So
Nuuk, nuuk, nuuk.
Claire did she did a tour that was one of the most remote, close to the North Pole, in this close-ish. But it was apparently this was the kind of place where there are signs all over the place that if you're leaving your hotel and your house, by law, you have to have a high-powered rifle with you.
Wow. Polar bears?
Polar bears.
Yeah. I believe it. Wow. So we enjoyed, I've done a couple of coolcations. We didn't plan on them being coolcations. We were just visiting family that lived in these areas. And I think it's a good option. Most people think beach, summertime, lake, stuff like that.
This way you go to a place that routinely it might be too dramatic weather-wise to see, and you can actually see it. Whistler, which is obviously known for skiing, becomes this motocross, dirt bike,
mountain bike.
Mountain bike.
Same thing at Vail. Like there was all kinds of stuff for us to do outside, including mountain biking.
Crisp,
and
beautiful.
we did whitewater rafting, and we did ropes courses and things like that. It was a blast.
Yeah, I want to save those warm weather vacations for the winter.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right. So if you're traveling, you may want to, of course, try to encounter the friendliest possible people along the way.
We've been having conversations about people who, by their nature tend to be a little standoffish, and just the way they are.
Yeah.
So, I'd be curious to hear who ranks as the friendlier.
Yeah, these are the friendliest states in the United States, and I also have the least friendliest states in the United States. So these are researchers surveyed more than 2,000 adults from all over the U.S. on factors like volunteering, charitable giving, talking with neighbors, kindness in everyday interactions, and road rage incidents.
Oh, we're out.
After analyzing the data, each state was given a friendliness score from 1 to 10. So we'll start with the
I don't want your goddamn friendliest score.
We'll start with the friendliest. Number 9 is Wyoming.
Okay.
8 is Maryland. 7 is Massachusetts. Number 6 is Oregon, by the way.
What?
Yeah,
No
go
way.
back home.
Okay,
if you will.
Back home to Oregon.
Number 5, Delaware.
Whoa.
Okay.
All right.
Friendliest states in the United States. Number 4 is Nebraska. Number 3 is Utah. There was a tie for 2 with Montana and Vermont. And the number one friendliest state in the U.S., Minnesota.
Oh.
That Midwestern kind of,
I guess so.
Welcomeness.
That all seems to I'm glad is they didn't default to you got to go down south to get the friendliest people.
No, and in fact, Steve, I was surprised to see the least friendliest states include some southern states that I would not have put on here. So, number 10 is West Virginia for least friendliest.
Right.
Number 9 is Oklahoma.
West Virginia.
Followed by North Carolina.
Wow.
Number 7, Hawaii.
All right, what was your experience there?
Excuse me?
What was your experience there?
In Hawaii?
Yeah.
I mean, listen, we were tourists. Everybody was, everything
they were pleasant.
We're doing. Yeah, it was welcoming. However, we did go on one excursion, which was a zip lining thing, and the guy that was leading that tour, I could tell he would just had it with tourists. He wasn't mean,
right?
But he was just like,
come on, dude.
You guys are just your cattle, essentially.
I hope you die.
I'm going to herd you over here.
I'm going to score this cable.
And I was picking up on that vibe, and I get it. I understand it as well. I mean, they rely on the tourism for economy, but also it can be mundane seeing the same types of people coming in and out.
Get off our paradise.
And especially if they did get, rude people from time to time, you get, I would imagine, jaded and get sick and tired of that. But every time I've been there, it's been a blast. Okay. And I've met nice people, so... number 6 is for least friendly, California. Followed by Texas at number 5.
I've always had good experiences in Texas.
Number 4 is Nevada. Number 3, Florida. Number 2, Louisiana, which I found kind of interesting. Anytime I've been down there, everybody's been very sweet.
Yeah.
And number 1, and I've never been to this state, but New Mexico
I've been.
Was ranked as the least friendly state in the United States, according to this.
Notice them as being particularly unfriendly.
I thought it was fine. I would say I'm surprised New Hampshire's not on that list. I think the people up in New Hampshire,
really,
they're not very, or at least the interactions that I've had.
They're standoffish?
Standoffish, yeah.
Stop and think about, though, the vast amount of people. These things are so sort of... I mean,
You encounter, less than...
I met a guy from Montana.
The tiniest bit of a percent of an entire state, and you can base all of your...
Yeah, the people in Montana are so rude.
I know,
I met a guy.
Yeah.
I thought Pennsylvania was going to be on this, but I was like, but Philadelphia is just a small part of the whole state.
Yeah.
Just a small percentage.
Exactly. I mean, well... We're a big part of the population of the state.
Agreed.
Also, our slogan is "You've got a friend in Pennsylvania."
Mm-hmm. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay. New Mexico, I've never been there. I did have a friend of my sister's who moved there, and within a year, she's like, "We have to get the hell out of here."
Yeah.
Well,
hated it.
New Mexico
and
slogan: "D's nuts."
And that was in Albuquerque.
Okay. Oh, okay.
And you've been to Albuquerque, Case.
I have been to Albuquerque.
You went there for to get pictures of the Breaking Bad stuff.
Yeah, I went to. In fact, I was just looking at that picture last night of me at Walter White's house.
You've been everywhere, man.
I've been, just driving across the country. I've only had just like small little interactions all along the way.
Yeah.
And I would say my entire trip across the country both times were great with all the people. With
also,
every
when you
state.
have Jackie Bam Bam with you,
I
people
know,
go,
yeah. So you didn't meet anybody that was off-putting?
No.
Okay.
No.
Outside the Tasty Freeze?
Not, dude. I mean, I sucked on a chili dog outside the Tasty Freeze. Literally, I saw that. I was like, come on, we got to go suck on a chili dog real quick.
I thought you had
Sucking on a chili dog. Sucking on a chili dog.
I thought you had an unsavory encounter with somebody at a fast food restaurant, but maybe I'm recounting that totally wrong.
I'm trying to think.
What was the place that you wanted to go to try their burger or something like that? No,
we went to a place called Bobo's. It was a diners, drive-ins, and dive spot, and the people, and that was in Kansas.
Yeah,
and dude, the people there were super nice.
Okay,
yeah,
all right.
Yeah.
That was the burger. Way off base.
You know what? I ordered it wrong. I made a mistake. I just assumed it came with
pancakes.
No. I thought I didn't get cheese on it.
Oh,
and that's
the way you have it.
Kind of ruined it.
Right.
But the burger was good. Even without the cheese.
All right. Here's another story I saw as we're doing your travel plans for the summer. Most people are intentionally choosing destinations without Wi-Fi, so they can unplug and recharge in a new travel trend called silent travel.
So a lot of people are doing this, they say?
That's what it says.
Yeah.
It says more people are intentionally choosing.
Okay.
So I don't know if a lot of people are.
I don't know if I would. I mean, I still would like a little bit of.
I loved it.
Connection.
I loved it. I did the 2 trips that I did in the Grand Canyon. It was 8 days with like no cell service, no Wi-Fi, no nothing.
And you went old school with your porn.
I did, but and actually, yeah. I mean, it was basically like a a retreat of like a retreat of that as well.
Yeah.
I didn't do that at all, but I know you're a lot.
Hey,
like
my
me.
calluses are healing.
I know you're a lot like me, Steve, where I just can't unplug. So if I'm forced to unplug, that just makes it so much easier. And
I agree with that. Yeah.
That does sound so romantic, but I don't plan well enough to be able to do this. So, like, while I'm on vacation, I'm looking up where's a good restaurant to go to, what's a good hike to take, what's a good.
Need it.
I need it for wherever we are.
But if you're on a trip like Casey,
that somebody's planned it for you.
It's already planned.
Everything, every single day is planned, and you don't have to worry about it. I think that is a good experiment for all of us to try and do. Because I think it might be easier than you think it is.
It is.
Once you've found yourself in a scenario that you have no choice but to completely be away from it, it might do you good.
Just go on a hike. Just go on a long walk for an hour and a half or whatever, and just disconnect. That alone will make you feel better.
We did do that in Cuba. There was no Wi-Fi, there was no internet, there was no cell service. So we ended up just talking to people, getting recommendations that way. It's
Revolution.
like old school.
Viva Revolution!
So, driven by digital burnout, travelers are swapping constant notifications for nature, deeper conversations, and more
talking to this bird over here.
and more meaningful experiences. Though the first day without a signal can feel a little unsettling. From remote cabins to luxury wellness retreats, these trips focus on presence over connectivity, replacing screen time with activities like hiking, journaling, or simply enjoying the quiet.
Did you have Wi-Fi in Montana?
That was pre-Wi-Fi. Well, no, hang on a second. So last time I went was me and Carter when he was 13, so several years ago. No, we did not have Wi-Fi. We did not have Wi-Fi, but I brought a laptop and I downloaded a bunch of movies.
All right.
Okay.
So at night there was no TV or anything in the cabin that we stayed in. We did have a few movies that we could watch and stuff like that. So that was kind of fun. So what starts as discomfort often turns into calm as people rediscover what it feels like to truly be in the moment. So that might be something to consider this summer if you want to do. That's a difficult whole family thing to plan. Completely unplugged.
Planning your summer vacation.
But you may want to consider.
It's a lot. I've never had to have the situation where I plan for a lot of people. I see these families. God bless you if you've ever been out like at an amusement park wrangling.
Oh man.
And you're trying to do something good and give the family a great memory. But man, it's like it's a lot.
It is a lot. All right, and then one more story. If you do plan on traveling this summer and you're going to fly, science says this is the best way to get some sleep on the plane. And they break this down for you a little bit here.
Chloroform?
That would be my ideal way because I can't sleep on planes. I have the hardest time doing it.
Do you ever take any sort of sleep aid?
No. Not before getting on a plane.
Yeah.
So here's the question. Why is it so hard to sleep on planes? Basically, it's that nearly every environmental cue is working against us up in the air, making it really difficult to sleep. The noise, the light inside the cabin, along with sitting upright for hours in a small seat. That's what kills me.
That's what does it in?
It's the sitting upright part.
Have you ever had the pods? The sleep pods?
So not a pod, but I have slept when we came back from Sweden one year where you could fully recline, and that was like, boom, I am out, no problem, easy. Like the noise and the environment and stuff like that, it's the position. That's what kills me. Because my head will loll forward like this.
Naturally.
And I can't sleep like that. So anyhow, and being too close to strangers, this all adds to the challenge.
There is a new sleep aid I've been seeing where you kind of wrap it around the back of your headrest.
Okay.
And then it becomes a
visor?
No, like a sleep mask. So it pretty much like keeps your head Velcroed to the back of your seat.
Okay.
But it seems comfortable. Like it seems like it would keep your head from going direction to direction.
I'd be open to that.
You wrap it around the top of the seat?
Yeah, like you put it around the back of it.
That's a lot.
And then you put, it's probably thin, so it holds on
people
to
sitting
it.
behind you rack your head against
Probably. They can tuck papers into it.
I have tried all of the pillow things, okay?
Yeah.
The donut that you wear around your head. I even got the one where you inflate it, you blow it up, it's in front of you, you put your hands in it, and you lay your head forward like that.
And no luck.
Dude, it's just not, it doesn't work.
I have never had what I would call a fulfilling night's sleep, even traveling overnight. I've gotten better situations because of the ability to recline further, or maybe if I'm lucky enough to get in a pod or can upgrade or whatever. But it's the only people I see that really do it well are people that take something to knock them the hell out.
Marissa, I may have to try this. She pulled up a picture of it. It straps your head. It's like you're about to be shot in a firing squad.
It's called the Shawshank.
That's what it looks like, Steve. It looks like they've given you a blindfold and they have secured your head so it won't move so they can get a clean shot at you.
Do they put like little transponders on your temples with a wet sponge dipped in water? I'm looking at this. Yeah, that's for a car we're looking at. To wrap around the top of an airplane seat is going to have to be a little bit more.
Yeah, that one just happens to be for a car, but there are versions that go for the plane too. Preston, have you done the neck pillow that kind of it's actually very thin and it just kind of lets you like lean to one side?
Yeah.
You don't like that one either?
No, it doesn't. I have appreciated the fact that the airlines now have behind your head these bendable wings.
Game changer.
They help a little bit for me. They don't fully do it for me.
Have you looked into, because now the thing is that the airlines are doing it, they'll offer you the 3 seats as a bed, basically.
You can purchase all 3?
Yes, it's my understanding.
Oh, that would be incredibly
a reduced
expensive.
rate, not like you purchasing 3 full seats.
Yeah.
I don't see how they would do that.
I don't see how they would do that either.
Yeah, they are so.
I assume you'd have to have a really empty flight to purchase it that
you would
way.
have to because they're so conscious of
they're sucking every bit of that cabin out.
Yeah. All right. So anyhow, sleep experts say they warn that to beware of social media advice and tips. A viral TikTok travel hack claims to help you sleep better on flights by putting listen to this. Putting your knees against your chest and using the seatbelt to strap your ankles and legs in place.
Oh, my. I couldn't do that.
I could do that.
I couldn't. No way. You could. Marissa, you're smaller and you're bendy.
No.
Yeah.
No.
I can't even bend my right knee to 90 degrees.
We
There's
have a
no
dead
way.
one back.
Yeah, right? Fans say it lets them rest more easily, but experts and doctors warn it's a serious safety risk as there's turbulence or mid-air emergency.
Yeah.
The position could also set you up for potential fatal blood clot as it creates pooled blood. So probably not a good idea.
I'm very conscientious about that, about moving, doing the die-hard thing of, moving your toes up and down and making sure you stretch your legs and fight against those blood clots.
Do you guys stretch before you get on a plane?
Yeah, maybe a little bit.
I started doing it a few years ago. We were taking a long flight, and I'm like, and I know how I get. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to do full-on stretch session before I get on the plane.
How'd it work?
And it's great.
Yeah.
It definitely helped out quite a bit. I wasn't quite as antsy. And so I do a quick little stretch out before I get on the plane because you're going to be stagnant for several hours. Listen, I'm not getting any younger.
Yeah.
And you get stiff quicker. So I'd
I need
like
to be
do that.
stiff for this flight.
Yes, please. As stiff as possible. All right. So here's what you need to do. How to actually get good sleep on a plane per the experts.
All right.
Per science. You need to control the light and noise. And
you can't.
These are all so stupid obvious, these suggestions. An eye mask to create darkness and earplugs.
Of course.
Noise-canceling headphones.
Of course.
Make it quieter. Use a neck pillow or bring a blanket that helps you relax. Prepare before you go. Avoid heavy meals and caffeine before the flight and stay hydrated. Don't skip your regular workout. Make sure you wear yourself out so you want to sleep more.
Don't cut yourself.
And create a familiar, soothing routine. Wear comfy clothing, swap your screen for a book, and listen to some white noise if that's what you do in your pre-bedtime routine.
Like Little River Band.
Yeah, LRB, man. And then finally, adjust your expectations. Even with all these preparations, be realistic because it's hard to get great sleep on an airplane. The harder you try, the more frustrated you get, and that won't help you snooze.
Are you conscientious? Does that having people around you thing figure into your inability to sleep?
No.
Okay.
It's not that.
Yeah.
It's all about position. I don't care if people see me drooling or whatever. And when I'm passed out, if I'm snoring, I do not care. So it has nothing to do with the groups around me. It simply has to do with being comfortable.
I agree. I have no problem if people. I will sit in my own filth. I will. I will push it down with my feet. Yeah. But it is that position. You clearly remember the time we flew to Ireland. And our seats were against the bulkhead, and you could not. Only you couldn't recline them at all.
So not only we were the last row, which did not allow for reclining. There was a jet engine that was obscuring our window. So the window, I couldn't even look out. Like a little sliver of blue is all you could see because the jet was obscuring it, which also meant it was insanely loud. Yeah. We had everything going against us on that one.
Me and Mark Humphrey, three pretty big guys.
Big people. Yeah. All in the same. That's always the case.
That's 3 6-footers right there, man. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
I forgot about this, but my friend will look on this, like seatmaps.com. And if you look up the type of plane that you're going to be on, it'll tell you like what your view is from the window.
I like that.
And, which ones have a little bit longer or bigger room, more leg room and things like that.
I think they should offer changeable appliques for the window to give you different views. Like,
right.
Oh, it's the Grand Canyon. Yeah. Even though we're landing in Maine.
I like that idea.
Yeah.
There was another plane story that I had. This is not necessarily travel, but what Marissa said about looking out the window.
This isn't the travel agent.
No, it's an offshoot of the travel agent.
This is the in-flight entertainment.
It was a little... All right, here we go. So if you're on a plane next time and you notice a small black triangle on the wall above the window, it's called the William Shatner seat.
Oh, so as per the Nightmare at 30,000 Feet Twilight Zone episode?
Nightmare at 20,000 Feet, very close, yes. Yeah. On the Twilight Zone, his character becomes convinced that he sees a gremlin that's ripping apart the plane during the flight, and the seats marked by those triangles offer an unobstructed view of the wing, and flight attendants use them to visually inspect the wing if something seems wrong during the flight. So there's a little black triangle that they look for as they're walking up and down the aisle, and they know exactly where to look.
Very cool. Love
window.
That episode. They remade it for the Twilight Zone movie with John Lithgow.
Yes.
But Shatner, that whole thing, spoiler alert, it was real.
Yeah. But look for the black triangle next time you're on the plane.
Yeah, I like that.
Cool.
Do you mind a right over the wing?
I hate over the wing. In fact, I specifically look for seats that are either in front or behind of it because it obscures my view.
Are you afraid of the gremlins?
No, I'm not afraid of the gremlins. I want to see the ground. I want to look around. I told you guys I'm a window seat guy, period. So I specifically, if I can't get something in front of the wing, I'm almost at the back of the plane. And I don't care that it takes longer to get out of the flight.
Doesn't matter.
It takes a while for everything. So I'll get back in like the late 20s, early 30s as far as the numbers go because I want to see.
I wonder how comfortable, they don't look that comfortable with those jump seats at the flight.
Yeah, they don't look comfortable at all.
Yeah. They don't recline.
No. I thought that was kind of an interesting little tidbit. Should you be traveling?
Interesting.
It's called the William Shatner seat.
I did not know that.
A little black triangle that you should look for. All right, and hopefully you got some ideas for planning your summer vacation.
Planning your summer vacation.
Thank you very much. I am the travel agent. And we will take a break at this point in time because on the way we have the Bizarre File. And not only that, your first shot at winning $1,000 today, the first of 5 with no sad no. So hang tight. We'll be right back.
Chirping, yeah.
But another thing is decluttering, and I have a couple of tips here in a second.
I had this gigantic pile of clean laundry in the corner of my room that just for some reason, honestly, because I hang up my T-shirts, right? And so I would just kind of just when and they were mainly, I would say 90% of it was T-shirts.
So you consider hanging up, throwing them in a pile?
No, well, instead of hanging them up, I would just kind of like put them on top of the pile.
See.
And so essentially for the last couple of months, I had just basically been living off of like 2
piles.
No, 2 laundry baskets. So like whenever that laundry basket would get full, then I would like clean them, and then so I was living off of the same clothes for a couple of months, and then finally I went and I spent a few hours just kind of organizing everything, and then and
is there a greater feeling in the world,
dude?
I mean, listen,
just
I know
looking at it like,
and people may mock and they say, "Oh, it just sounds like like it's like what has your life become?" When you lift those things that are just hanging over you, like, God, I got to get that closet done. I know it sounds stupid, but unless, like, the pride of a well-organized garage, it means something.
That's next on my list.
Yeah.
Dude, a happiness is clean socks and underwear.
Clean socks and underwear.
When my underwear and sock drawers are full, I'm like...
And you don't get it. But let me tell you this. The members of Godsmack, their sock drawers are completely organized.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. All right, so here's some things. This is likely things in your home that you could toss out or donate without a second thought. And if you find these things in your home, it's pretty safe to say goodbye to them. So here are the recommended things, and I think this is a good idea. Number 1, holiday decor that you didn't use this season. This is the perfect time to reassess. If you have everything out right now, and then you have a bunch of other things that didn't make it out,
consider whether
you may want to consider donating those or getting rid of that
honestly
stuff.
And it's not passing the litmus test. And you can also evolve your decorations. So for the longest time, I thought the Coca-Cola polar bears were adorable, and there was a Coca-Cola had a whole line of things, and it was just cute. They never come out, so we donated them, and yes, it's a great time to cycle that stuff out. If it's not sitting out now, it's probably because you don't like it or don't use it or have no intent to use it.
We have had this a little bit smaller than life-size Santa Claus that, there's a button and it sings and all that stuff.
We have the same thing.
Okay.
It's great.
Well, its head fell off years ago, right?
Decappa-Claus.
And so...
Decappa-Claus.
Dude... so now I literally, in his one hand, I have him holding his own head, which I think is really, really funny. But
it's magical,
It is going in the trash tomorrow.
Yeah.
But for years, this thing, like, we would just kind of like place the head on top of it, and anytime you bumped it or whatever, the head would fall off.
I love that.
Dude,
but it's time to go.
You could bring it in here. It would actually work as a decoration here. Decappa-Claus.
Oh, man, that's just another step. It's just so much easier to put it out in the trash than.
All right, here's another thing you need to assess: your camera roll. All right, that is arduous. That's a lot. If you have thousands and thousands of pictures, it's a lot of work. I told you guys about this earlier this year, late this past year, and I saw an interesting tip about how you can spend the next year going through your camera roll. There is a way to set this up. You can do a quick search online and find out how to do it, especially if you have an iPhone, that every day it will send you, it will alert you to all of the pictures you took on that day in your camera roll's history.
Right.
So if you think about how many pictures you've taken on one day, chances are it might be fairly manageable over the last, 15 years or whatever that you've been using your iPhone app or your Photos app.
Yeah.
And so if you have a reminder every day, maybe you can quickly go through and go, oh, my God, that's a picture of food.
Yeah.
What do I need that for?
I need that.
And delete. Yeah, I need that. Save that.
What a muffin.
But it might be a quick way to just clean out and get rid of it's a year-long process, but you might completely clear things out and maybe save some more space on your phone or whatever it is.
The
I think
fear
it's a great idea.
of the shotgun method is that you're going to get rid of something you really wanted and kind of just bulk erase it.
Yeah.
So if you're taking it on a day-per-day basis,
Yep.
the likelihood of you doing that is a lot less.
And you'll come across something you're like, oh man, I love that. I forgot about that.
Yeah. This is my favorite D-pic.
Similar to get rid of Facebook friends on their birthdays, it reminds you every day who people are. So if you go a whole year checking the birthdays, you can be like, unfriend you.
Right.
Okay.
All right, good idea, Preston. I don't need this picture of 3 pieces of pizza.
Right?
Like, what the freak is that doing in there?
Exactly.
All right.
Any unused tech items, especially if it's outdated tech and things like that you just don't use anymore, it's a good time to assess that and get rid of that. Expired coupons, old gift cards, or just gift cards in general.
Yeah.
And get yourself a plan to start using those.
Listen,
and you probably got a fresh batch of them.
Yeah, if you haven't used them, if they haven't meant anything in a long time, that's for a reason. Get rid of them.
Yeah. Also, it says here dead batteries. If you have like a container of dead batteries. I told you guys about this a while back. I had heard that hardware stores will collect dead batteries and dispose of them properly. So I had like a bag full of old, AA and AAA batteries. And I go to my local hardware store, and I come showing up, and I brought this bag. I'm like, hey, I heard you guys will, dispose of these for me. And they were like, oh, okay, yeah. Well, we'll just throw them out with the rest of the stuff we normally throw away. And I'm like, you don't recycle or anything? They're like, no, we'll get rid of them for you. I was like, okay.
I could have done that.
I thought I was doing the right thing.
Hey, if you have a second, look at this picture of 3 pieces of pizza.
Rodney will take your dead batteries.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Number 6 on and I have these 10 things on this list. Number 6 is expired condiments in your fridge.
Ew.
If you have no, not condoms. I know that's what you're thinking. Condiments. Especially if you have several people, if you're a household. So you can go through and find stuff like, we will buy things for one recipe, something like, fish sauce or some very specific thing, and we'll make it and then forget to continue making stuff that uses that, and it goes bad, and I just need to clear stuff like that.
So we went with the ultimate situation with that. We had the kitchen completely redone, and that was a massive purge. And if it wasn't something we were currently or just recently used, it's out. So it's a wonderful thing. And you won't believe the amount of space you buy back.
Marissa, expired makeup and skincare is on this list as well.
Now, you use fish sauce for your skin, right?
You're only supposed to use things like mascara for like a year or so. That's probably the wrong amount of time. But sometimes you have palettes of eyeshadow for years, and those are okay to keep.
Okay.
There's a list somewhere where you can follow along.
So to your guess, what cosmetic lasts the longest? I
think it's the amount of time that you use it.
Oh, I see.
So if you're using a mascara every day, it gets bacteria on it because you're constantly using it. If you're putting, eyeshadow palette and putting your brushes in it every day and not cleaning them. But if you're just using it for one color and then using it later, 6 months later, it has different bacteria levels.
But it says on here expired makeup and skincare. So I guess some of them do have a quote unquote shelf life. I mean, you could probably get away with, but maybe it's like a best used by date or something. I don't know.
Yeah, and some of them will crumble. You think you've kept it for so long, and then you touch it and it crumbles apart.
How did you look?
All right. Also, expired medications.
Yeah.
Some people don't realize that medicine goes bad over time, even over the counter stuff. If you're buying ibuprofen or acetaminophen and stuff like that, they do have expiration dates on them. They won't work
with our
as
neighbors, and we'll do a potluck.
Medication.
Everybody
brings medication.
Yeah.
All right.
And
what a great idea. Hey, I brought Xannies. They're about to go. They're only a month old.
Stool softener.
Yeah. Also, extra items in your shower that you may want to get rid of.
Like that toaster.
Yeah.
That half bottle of conditioner, the other one of soap.
God, Rochelle used to be a conditioner junkie. I remember at one point it was like 35 bottles. We have this shelf in our fridge. And one day I'm like, I'm going through this stuff. And I pulled it up and 80% of it was conditioner.
Yeah. She kept it in the fridge?
No. on the shelf in the shower. Did I say fridge?
Yeah.
No, did you? I don't know.
Okay.
No, I just thought, I thought maybe that's the way you would store it.
No.
No, we have empty bottles of things in the shower
that just hang out.
Just hang out there.
Yeah.
Do they have the little bit of water in them that you put in because you
Some
think
do.
that soap's going to last one more time?
Yeah.
So that's something my shower is completely devoid of, which is conditioner.
Yeah, you don't need it.
I don't need any of that. But and again, when you declutter the bathroom, you know what I started doing? I started taking my toothbrush and everything, and I put it in the drawer at the top under this, so that my counter is completely clean. When I take stuff out and then put it back in.
Nice.
That'll last for a day.
So, yeah, Marissa, I strangle soap, shampoo to the bitter end.
All the time.
And I do the water and shake it up and, do the whole thing, trying to get every little bit out of it that I can.
And then the shampoo it finishes before the conditioner.
Right.
So that you save the conditioner, and then if you buy it as a set, you put both of them in the shower, and then that's how you build up the conditioner.
So traditionally, both shampoo and conditioner is like just a dollop?
I use way more shampoo than I do conditioner.
Do you? Okay.
Yeah. Right. Conditioner, you don't need that much.
Yeah, you're only supposed to use like a quarter or smaller, but sometimes you use more.
Do you use conditioner?
Not all the time.
I haven't done it in a long time.
You're more a Jerry Crow kind of guy.
No, like if anything, I'll do like
Soul
conditioner,
Glow.
like
Soul Glow.
maybe like once a week, once every 2 weeks.
Okay.
But yeah, my hair's not long enough,
Are you guys different products?
What do you mean?
Do you use like shampoo for your hair and soap for your body, or are you like all in ones?
Shampoo for my hair and beard.
I do the 3-in-1. It's Crew, so it's body wash and
fish sauce
and shampoo and conditioner all in one. So
and
I just
toothpaste,
use all of that, and toothpaste.
Yeah, 4-in-1.
Yeah.
Face wash.
It's just the worst toothpaste I've ever had.
So get rid of some extra items in your shower. And then the last thing it says here is canned goods you don't use.
I take them out of my shower all the time.
Do you?
Yeah. What's with this? Beans?
Probably in your pantry. Look at traffic, and then we're going to get to the letter for your no sad dough keyword. Marissa, what's going on this morning?
The PA Turnpike is closed due to an accident. This is on the westbound side between Willow Grove and Virginia Drive. We have slowing on the Blue Route northbound from 95 to the Media Bypass, 76 eastbound Boulevard Divine westbound from Passyunk to South Street, and City Avenue out to Gladwin, the 95 southbound from Cotman Avenue to the Vine. This traffic report is brought to you by Cirque du Soleil Lucia. Cirque du Soleil Lucia.
Cirque du Soleil.
Cirque du Soleil
There you
Lucia.
go.
Thank you. Cirque du Soleil Lucia is coming to Oaks, the spectacular world of light, rain, and acrobatics. Get your Cirque du Soleil Lucia tickets on the Fever app or cirquedusoleil.com. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
93.3 WMMR Philadelphia. It's time for a
No sad dough!
keyword.
All right, keyword for now is crown. CROWN. We'll give you until 25 minutes after the hour to enter the word crown. And you can do it through the MMR app or at WMMR.com. And you can also text it to the special contest short code number, which is 45911. So the word is crown. And one random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest. Winners will get a call from Beasley, so make sure that you answer your phone. Contest rules available at WMMR.com. The Preston and Steve No Sad Dough is sponsored by Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union. So let's hit that word again. It's crown. Enter it now if you want to win $1,000. Good luck to you.
Now, WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Pro Team Collision, your trusted auto body repair shop in King of Prussia. If you ever find yourself in an accident, go to the pros at ProTeamCollision.com. A former New York druggie is suing Amazon over brain cells he killed doing whippets for years, claiming that the company knew that the nitrous oxide canisters it sold him weren't really for culinary use, according to a new lawsuit.
And that's really not a facial massager.
Felix Krause, a Buffalo, sucked down the so-called laughing gas to get high for nearly 3 years and now suffers from neurological damage, memory loss, and tremors, according to the lawsuit.
Should have looked out for me.
He said, I never used to be this spacey. He's now unemployed, and he said, it's harder to perform tasks. I'll go downstairs to get something and forget why I went down there. I want Amazon held accountable. I want the book thrown at them. In the lawsuit, Krause claims that he didn't know that inhaling the gas was a health risk when he became addicted to it in 2022.
Seems healthy.
To take advantage, this is according to the law firm, they said to take advantage of a legal loophole, Amazon claimed their products were intended for culinary use. They were not. They were the intended products They intended their products to be inhaled by consumers for recreational purposes and marketed them accordingly.
Your Honor, as you can see, my client is a moron.
As proof, the lawsuit points to reviews from shoppers who described getting stoned on the stuff. They said one user wrote, "Stuff gives me a rush of dopamine and euphoric relief as it kills my brain cells and massages the back of my brain." Another recommended inhaling gas with balloons, adding, "This stuff is really clean." The Amazon.com website passed the nitrous oxide canisters off as safe and legal, the suit states. The gas is sometimes used by chefs to create whipped cream and foams for fancy high-end dishes. Krause said there's no age limit or limit on how many you can buy. It's so scummy. They know this is a problem, and they're not doing anything about it. Amazon allegedly encouraged customers to ingest massive and dangerous doses of the gas, according to the suit. That's what this lawsuit says.
Yes, of course.
Krause's buying habit should have been flagged by Amazon because it was clear that he wasn't using the cartridges for culinary purposes and was likely suffering from addiction, according to the lawsuit. They said Amazon actually still recommends Whippets to me all the time. I go online to get bed sheets or something. It's triggering. He said he stopped using the drug in January of last year. The firm, quote, knew or should have known that there was a substantial likelihood that consumers who purchase their products, like Plaintiff, would use the products recreationally by inhaling nitrous oxide, and that doing so would put them at a significant risk of suffering injuries as a result.
Honestly, how many Amazon products would fall into this category of you can use it the unintended way?
Right.
The lawsuit also names nitrous oxide canister sellers Galaxy Gas, Happy Supply, and Zhuzhou Basic Industry as defendants along with Amazon.
See how that plays out.
Story out of Florida. A woman intoxicated at twice the legal limit got behind the wheel, believing that her Tesla's autopilot would get her home safely.
Oh, boy.
According to Trooper Ken Watson, around 2 a.m., 37-year-old Kimberly Brown was traveling northbound on I-75, intoxicated at more than twice the legal limit, making the assumption that the Tesla would get her home safely. According to the editor-in-chief of the publication Edmunds, they said there are actually monitors within the vehicle to make sure that you're looking forwards and will initially warn you and then ultimately shuts down the car and shuts down the system if you're not paying attention. When Brown stopped responding to the vehicle's alerts, the car came to a halt in the middle of the lane in the interstate. She was intoxicated more than 2 times the legal limit. Watson said the incident highlights the importance of always being alert before getting behind the wheel to make plans ahead of time rather than relying on autopilot features. Detectives are still investigating the incident, determining where Brown was coming from and what prompted her to get behind the wheel.
I wonder when we finally make that jump where you could get into the car and you are inebriated and say, drive me home.
Yeah.
And then how does the law modify to accommodate that?
Yeah, do not know. All right, saw this story several times over the weekend. A millionaire U.S. big game hunter was ambushed and killed by 5 elephants while hunting small forest antelope in Central Africa. California vineyard owner Ernie Dozio, 75 years old, who owns a vast collection of exotic animal heads and trophy rooms at home, was trampled to death. He was being guided by a professional hunter in the thick forest of Gabon on a $40,000 hunt for a shot at the elusive yellow-backed duker. Over the decades. Yeah.
You shot the duker. $40,000.
So over the decades, he has hunted elephants, leopard, rhino, buffalo, and lion across Africa. And back home in the U.S., he has hunted almost every species of wild deer.
But I feel unfulfilled. I want a duker.
But the highly respected hunter's luck ran out last Friday while in the Lope Okanda rainforest, where his hunt stumbled into 5 female elephants with a calf. The startled elephant herd immediately charged Mr. Dozio and his professional hunter. They were so well hidden in the dense undergrowth that they appeared as if from nowhere, and the professional with the high-powered rifle was flung aside. He was seriously injured and lost his gun in the thick bush as the elephants attacked the terrified hunter, who just had a shotgun and was then brutally trampled underfoot.
Imagine elephants being masters of disguise.
Oh, my God. Yeah.
He probably took a duker in his pants when he saw that.
The big game hunter and has his own private function rooms filled with hundreds of his trophies, including elephant, rhino, bear, buffalo, lion, crocodile, zebra, and leopard.
Look at my dead stuff.
Mr. Dozio also shot and had almost every species of buck in the United States, including elk, moose, and reindeer, mounted on the walls, along with wild fowl, including turkeys and geese.
What I really need is a human.
And a duker.
A duker.
All right, and then one last story. We'll end with an animal story here, too. A cattle farmer in Derbyshire, England, says that he has made the difficult decision to crossbreed his Highland cows with a different hill breed to make them less attractive to social media influencers and tourists to keep disturbing the herd for selfies, yoga videos, and TikTok content.
It's a huge problem. Hot cows.
Yep.
Alex Birch, whose family has kept Highland cattle since the 1970s, said the problem at Baslow Edge escalated for 4 years and shows no sign of stopping. He described one incident where 30 people with camera flashes pushed the animals towards the edge of a field.
It was on the verge of becoming an utter catastrophe.
Beyond the animal welfare concerns, hang on. Yep. Birch said that he also worries about liability if someone gets hurt, since Highland cattle can be dangerous, especially around calves.
I thought initially when you were talking about the story and the attractiveness of the cattle, if he was dealing with, like, we've heard stories of perverts,
right?
Having sex with cows.
No, it wasn't that. People just wanted pictures, fortunately. National Park Authority has
they're missing out.
Repeatedly warned visitors not to approach or hug the cows.
Yeah, well, see, that's foreplay.
Calling it highly dangerous. But Bird said those warnings are being ignored. It's sad, he said. It's not a decision I wanted to make. And he noted that his grandfather was unhappy about it, but did understand why he had to do it.
We need some ugly cows.
And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, we are going to wrap things up here and take a break. Is our guest here, Marissa?
He is in the Acme Lounge.
People are excited about this. If you're a Gilmore Girls fan, then you've got to stick around because we have Scott Patterson joining us. He's going to be at City Winery tomorrow night, by the way. So we'll take a break, come back in a second, and get him here in our studio. We will be right back.
Man, so we got, again, thanks, Mr. Contractor, help we do everything, and we had these cabinets, Preston, that were horrible, that we kept buying the same stuff over and over, not realizing we had it already in the cabinet. It's like, how long has this been in here?
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. So it's a good time to assess that stuff. Move the clutter out.
If you're going to pick a benchmark time to do it, why not now?
I would like to bring you into the world of our esteemed establishment known as the Just Saying Institute.
The Just Saying Institute, home of the Bird, Band, Avian, and Rock and Roll Museum.
The entire museum.
Yeah.
All the bird bands.
bands.
All right, man, there's been some really interesting things that have occurred in the world of science. And I'm going to start with a fairly serious one here, which now listen, when you hear about discoveries that have not yet been fully tested, it can take a long, long time for things to actually pan out.
Yes.
But I always think that it's nice to have a kernel of hope. And a team of American scientists claim that they have done something miraculous. They have cured lab mice suffering from Alzheimer's disease.
Wow, really?
Cured. And the word cured is in parentheses here, and I'll explain in a moment.
They've made a lot of steps forward in slowing the progression and other things that they've been working on. There seems to be a good story popping up about Alzheimer's and dementia treatment every couple of months now. So they seem to be dancing all around this. So hopefully this is something.
Yeah, the researchers achieved this feat by administering the rodents with the powerful compound, which is known as P7C3A20, which they announced in a new paper in the journal Cell Reports Medicine. Scientists from Ohio's Case Western Reserve University Hospitals, and the Lewis Stokes Cleveland VA Medical Center undertook the study. Andrew A. Piper, who's the study's principal investigator, said the key takeaway is a message of hope. The effects of Alzheimer's disease may not be inevitably permanent. Like they're talking about reversal.
Reversing it. And I've heard this. There are other things that have been mentioned that you've mentioned that talk about the reversal. Now, how does one meter Alzheimer's in a mouse?
Yeah, really.
Do they not recognize family members?
I can give you the rundown of it. It's a lengthy article, but the damaged brain, he says, can, under some conditions, repair itself and regain function. That's incredible. I just think of preventative, as opposed to reversing it.
So my mother-in-law passed away from Alzheimer's. She was later on when she got it, but it's something that sort of looms because, it can be a family component. And there's all these things. One of the spots earlier, Preston, for and I wanted to mention it to you in passing, brought up about hearing aids and that the ability to hear can impact you. Have you heard this in one of the spots we play? It's for the company.
No.
Yeah, and that can have a significant sway over whether you are susceptible to Alzheimer's or not.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, I'm half-ass quoting it, but it caught me off guard. Is that really something?
Well, that's interesting because I just learned that hearing aids are not covered by most insurance.
Okay.
Which just seems crazy because they're very expensive.
Yeah.
And if it does have medical implications
they're
like
less
this.
expensive now than they've like. There are so many companies that are making them and that are making them like you could just go in and.
Interesting.
My dad, before he passed, had purchased kind of these general that he loved that were great.
Costco has a hearing aid section, believe it or not. Yeah. And a whole where you can go in and get tested. And have, I took my dad in there when he was living with us for a little while to get his hearing aids fixed and all that. So,
well, Dad, if you're listening to this right now.
Yeah. This research is part of a growing wave of very promising lab studies that point to a tantalizing future where Alzheimer's and other neurological issues could be a thing of the past. Besides this P7C3A20 research, others have scored remarkable lab results using different compounds and treatments. So this has made normally cautious scientists so excited that they are making bold predictions. University of Edinburgh neuroscience professor Tara Spires-Jones said that this month she thinks that the scientists are closer than ever to a truly life-changing treatment in as little as 5 to 10 years.
You need stuff like this. I mean, this specifically robs you of when family members or people are dealing with this and somebody ceases to recognize them. The whole Bruce Willis's thing, it's not exactly Alzheimer's, right? But there is a similar aspect, and it robs the person. It's a horrifying thing.
So, regardless of the cause, previous research has suggested that Alzheimer's is a form of inflammation, and that means lessening or zeroing out inflammation in the brain could be key rather than managing symptoms. So, let me get to the whole mouse thing. Yeah. So, for the study, the scientists focused on the impact of the crucial molecule called NAD+, or I'll call it NAD.
Yeah,
I know. Sounds like a ball, right? Yeah. It's a coenzyme important for driving cellular metabolism, which decreases as we age. Patients with Alzheimer's suffer from a significant decrease of NAD+ in the brain, and hence their brain cells have trouble maintaining normal functionality, staving off inflammation, canceling other physical hallmarks of the disease.
The team go ahead.
Yeah, they took 2 types of mice, lab mice.
All right.
That have been genetically bred to be predisposed to Alzheimer's. So they know how to do that. Treatment successfully prevented them from developing the disease. But the big news was they injected the compound into another batch of lab mice who were suffering from a relatively advanced stage of Alzheimer's at 6 months of age. After getting injections, the mice completely recovered their cognitive ability, and their NAD+ levels were restored to homeostasis levels. So that's amazing.
That is amazing. So if the NAD levels are correct, do they even have to introduce the D's nuts?
No.
I don't think so.
No, as long as your NADs are good, D's nuts.
You don't even have to worry about
You don't even have to concern yourself with them. What's also good about this study is that P7C3A20 offers an alternative pathway to boosting NAD levels versus taking over the chemical precursors for NAD+, which can raise NAD+ to such toxic levels that people could develop cancer.
Don't want that.
Yeah.
That's where you would introduce the D's nuts.
So I thought that was pretty amazing.
No, listen, so much of just having hope, it really does help to have something to affix to. And I think this is very encouraging news. Chris Hemsworth has an issue with this, right?
Well, I think there's a family
history. And he found out that, he found out he's very predisposed to it. Yeah,
but I mean, listen, yes, this is encouraging, and I'm really happy. But then I also feel bad for the people that it's too late for.
I know, and it is the sad nature of these things. But hope is hope.
Yep.
Yeah, so they want to obviously start human trials as they possibly can, but they obviously have to do more testing before you can find out if you can even try this stuff out.
I wonder if you can could they talk to Rat Boy, because that's kind of a happy medium
already
Eugene.
There.
Yeah.
Eugene.
That's from Rat Boy. So we'll have to wait and see. But listen, it's hope. It's good news. And when I see stories,
not good news?
When I see stories like this, like I got a birthday coming up, all right? And I'm like, oh my God. All right, 10 years All right, would that be available for me when I eventually have Alzheimer's?
I have it all planned out. I'm going to keel over. We got a cure.
Yeah, the next day.
Yeah.
It'll happen.
The guy's going to step over my body on the floor and go, we can fix it.
It's like 10,000 spoons, but all you need is a knife.
Right.
Yeah. All right, Steve, here's a text from somebody. It says, an audiologist here. There is a link between dementia and hearing loss. So dementia. Lack of hearing makes you withdraw from conversation and you lack mental stimulation. And that's a quick explanation of it.
There we go. Okay,
So
that makes
can
sense.
Yeah, I could see that.
The less engaged, again, I've seen people in my life where I know when they took the classic retire, kind of disconnect from society and engagement, it seemed that their dementia accelerated.
And then here's a text that says, and yes, most insurance companies do not cover hearing aids, and it is criminal. So just a heads up, it can get expensive. All right, let's move over to orgasms.
Yes, love them.
All right, we go from...
And how are the mice doing with this?
Well, they're...
Oh, man. Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy?
Well, this is mainly in females. So
female mice.
If you've ever found yourself in tears or cracking up during sex, even if nothing was especially funny or upsetting, it's not uncommon. Having sex...
Oh, she definitely got there. I can hear it.
I'm going to make you laugh so hard.
Oh, my God. You're possessed.
Oh, my God. Multiple laughters.
And then we need the screaming orgasm guy on the other side of that. Oh, my God. Oh, it's too funny. So having sex can be weird.
Wow, I'm going to be like her.
It can
I'll
be
have what she's at.
Yeah. It can be weird, awkward, or embarrassing, and it turns out our reactions to it can be as well. New research suggests that headaches, crying, nosebleeds, or even hallucinations during or after an orgasm are totally normal responses for women.
Yes, it's funny. You always the Just Saying Institute always seems to tap into things I've just read articles about or whatever. I mean, I know we're pulling from the same pool of stuff, but it is a convulsive sort of thing.
Yeah,
and so you would imagine.
Yeah, and your body releases
people have heart attacks,
all kinds of hormones, and so. A new study from Northwestern University is the first one to look into how often and consistently women experience various responses and when they happen most often. And it finds that while these sensations tend to be rare, they are within the range of normal sexual response, even if they're surprising to the woman experiencing them. Dr. Lauren Stryker, a clinical professor at Northwestern University, says that women need to know that if they have uncontrollable peals of laughter every time they orgasm and nothing was funny, they're not alone. The study involved anonymous responses from 3,800 women, and 86 of them reported experiencing these responses. Overall, 61% had physical symptoms, 88% had emotional responses, and more than half felt more than one symptom. A third experienced a headache.
Yeah.
Almost a quarter had muscle weakness, and close to 20% reported foot pain or tingling.
So if your nose started to bleed, would you think you were in the upside down at that point?
Only 2% reported getting a nosebleed, by the way.
Okay.
So that was more on the rare
I would
side.
think like I'd burst a blood vessel or something if that happened.
Yeah. Laughter was fairly common, as 40% experienced it.
Well, so something feels orgiastically good. That's why there's a correlation between tickle porn or tickle that sort of thing. Where people.
Thank you very much, Marissa. Our next guest is going to be performing at City Winery tomorrow night at 7:30. Tickets at citywinery.com. And you had known him for years, of course, on the Gilmore Girls as Luke Danes. But all his friends here in Jersey know that he's just on WMMR today. Scott Patterson.
How you doing, guys?
He's here with us.
You have no idea what this means to me. This is a huge morning.
It's so cool.
Huh?
We get it though. We were always fans of this station, and we're of a time where the radio station you listen to meant everything.
Yeah, everything.
know?
Everything. We get all of our concerts, like Who's Coming to Town, The Who, Yes, Led Zeppelin, Springsteen. We get all that information through WMMR. Yeah. We'd jump on the speed line. We'd come to the Spectrum. We'd buy tickets.
Yeah.
Then we'd try to buy like a $5 lid from the undercover Philly cops. They'd bust us. They'd take us to the Roundhouse. We'd miss the show.
The Roundhouse.
You're dying true. Absolutely.
Oh no. We got piled on by a lot of Philly cops, man.
Wow. Did you ever buy tickets from the Suncoast Video or the Boscovs or all the other outlets they'd have for ticket sales?
Yeah, we always had tickets. Somebody always
got them. Yeah,
even Led Zeppelin, it was sold out forever. We got tickets somehow. I don't know how we did it.
Music was your first thing before acting, right?
What?
You had a band? Yeah, you had a band.
Third grade, like my buddy Tommy Poitras, who's listening right now, so everybody give a shout out to TP, man. We started our band. We called ourselves the Unknowns, and we remained unknown. Okay, it was the dumbest name in the history of school bands. We were 9 years old. We played 2 songs. We played Back in the USSR and I'm Not Your Stepping Stone.
That's good songs.
And we did pretty good. We made hay until high school, and then we added 2 members, and then we got pretty popular and played Battle of the Bands, and then they kicked me out of the band.
Was this for a girl?
A girl?
Yeah.
The lead guitar player's girlfriend was taking a little bit of a shine, but I wasn't doing nothing. I swear to God, guys, I'm innocent. I'm innocent, totally.
That sounds like it's the opposite.
And I
sounds like
got
you're
tossed.
not innocent. Yeah.
I got tossed.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Man.
so
and then you played ball for a good long while.
I
right?
did, yeah.
And AAA mostly?
Mostly, yeah.
And so were you trying to get, was the dream to get on the Phils?
You know what? You remember when Steve Carlton was dominating? He had that conditioning guy, Gus Huffling,
right,
who was doing the kung fu and the rice in the barrels with the hand, and he was, David Carradine and kung fu, and he could do anything, and he had that nasty. So I was working out with him in the winters. This guy, he had some kind of aerobic thing that almost killed me. I was 21 and it almost killed me.
Wow.
And I got in the best shape of my life. I was with Atlanta at the time, and I was and I loved Atlanta, but then they traded me to the Yankees. I was from the Yankees. I wasn't too happy. I wanted to get to the Phils. Phil said I could no longer work out with Gus Huffling in the winters because I was doing too well against their teams in the minors. And I said, so trade for me.
Yeah.
Come on. I want to get with this guy because he had the key, right?
You were a pitcher.
Starting pitcher, yeah.
Yeah, man, wow.
Yeah.
So you came close.
I was on the Yankees roster in '83. Didn't really get a chance to make the team. I got to tell you, I didn't have a shot.
Really?
It was like Billy Martin's 4th go round with Steinbrenner.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
And spring training '83 in Lauderdale was a freaking circus. You have no idea.
So what's more difficult, getting into professional sports or getting into acting? They're both cutthroat with gazillions of people with tons of talent. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I tend to pick professions that are fairly difficult to be successful.
Okay. Music, acting, sports.
Major League Baseball, acting.
No big deal.
Yeah.
I figure you get one shot, why not go for it?
Yeah.
Right?
You have to.
I don't know. I just think it's the thing that baseball did teach me, though, is like how to be a professional, how to have the discipline, how to just keep acquiring a skill set, because that's really all it's about.
And it also has to teach you how to get denied and how to get turned down.
And that's why I think I was successful in acting, because I didn't take it personally. I already had a thick skin because I got knocked around. Not their fault, my fault. I had to learn. I was hard-headed, right? I had to learn how to be disciplined and stay in at night and not, you know what I mean.
It speaks
I'm not going to say it.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean.
It speaks to a story.
Be a dude. I was being a dude too much.
A dude. With the Gilmore Girls, which, by the way, I watched for a long time. I didn't watch all the way to the end, but I jumped back on for the Netflix. I always enjoyed the series.
Right.
A tremendous amount. And the word is, you went in sort of to the audition like, if this happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And that always seems to be the way that works when you're going to get it, correct?
So I had at that time what they call the dumb courage of the truly burnt out. I just didn't care anymore because I was auditioning really well for a couple years there. I'd figured out how to audition and I was nailing everything.
You've done guest spot work, right?
And I wasn't really getting many offers.
Oh.
So, and this was like number 2 of 3 on the day. And I was late for the third one. The third audition was with Carmen Electra to play her husband. She was playing a fembot.
Oh, wow.
And the script was actually pretty good.
Really?
So I wanted to go meet her and read with her and do that. And this Gilmore thing was like, I figured this is too good for me. This script is too good. They're going to get stars. They're going to get names. Because names like movie guys and girls were starting to migrate back into television.
It used to be verboten. It used to be that your career was on the skids.
But in 1999, 2000, it started. That wave started. So I figured, not a shot. I'm not going to get a chance. And weirdly, it happened, yeah.
So, and Amy Palladino was the creator of the series?
Yeah.
Mrs. Maisel.
No.
Yeah. So I mean, from the beginning, when I started watching that show, it was clear to me that it was on a higher level of writing. That it had a good sense of humor.
Yeah.
It's a general dynamic that I know a lot of guys that were Gilmore Girl fans.
Yeah, a lot of guys now. We're getting the guys because they have to watch it or else they get tossed.
Yeah.
It's like you're watching this, you're not watching football, you're not watching the Sixers, you're watching this with me, and you're going to bond with me. And they end up coming to conventions and saying, I really was reluctant, but now I love it, and I'm more obsessed. And she goes, yeah, she's more obsessed than I am. So.
Was your character originally? I love these stories because there's a story that Sigourney Weaver for the Alien that was originally supposed to be a male,
right? And
they just made it. Ridley Scott said, "I like you. You could just take it, and you take the dialogue."
That alien role was actually my inspiration for Luke. I'm kidding. I'm just kidding.
Was that character originally a woman?
Yeah, that's what they told me. Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, and then the network said to Amy, "Hey, there's a lot of girls in here. Can we have a guy?"
Did the character change much from the original perception? Because your character was always sort of gruff and sort of the kind of speaking the truth in a situation.
Well, yeah. So yeah, that's the risk I took in the audition. The choice was to be like kind of heavy and not so agreeable.
Right.
All the other characters were so light and funny and airy and great.
Yeah.
And I just thought this needs an anchor. So be that guy, be that Northeastern guy that everybody knows, and he doesn't take any crap. And,
well, you knew that guy from being from here.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
So I knew that guy well.
Were you pretty much that guy?
I was that guy.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. It was easy. It was like nobody else can do this because I live this. I grew up this.
Yeah.
I know this guy. So.
And and we say it all the time. You can go other places. You may get a little bit of lip, but people here will step up and help you.
Oh, yeah.
You're going to verbally pay for it, but you're going to get the help.
You
right?
will. Yeah. Absolutely.
Scott,
absolutely.
where did they shoot the show?
Burbank.
Okay.
Warner Brothers Studio. We did the pilot in Toronto.
Okay.
And then took a vote that we wanted to do it because we had a choice. We could have shot it up there, but everybody wanted to be in L.A.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was very convincing because I never would have thought.
Yeah.
I always thought I always saw like Vancouver or something.
No, it was Toronto. It was like outside of Toronto. In the suburbs, yeah.
Wow. And so 153 episodes, 7 years.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's a really good run. Now you teach acting. Right?
I used to. I don't teach it anymore.
When you get a job like that and you're an actor, as Preston always says, that's as close to like quote unquote 9 to 5 as you can get in that realm, right?
It's really more like 5 a.m. to like to 10 p.m.
Okay. a few more hours.
A couple more hours.
Is a lot of that just sitting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're sitting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of hurry up and wait in that world, right?
There's a lot of time to write songs in your trailer. Let me tell you.
Yeah.
It's like, I can't wait anymore. I want to go home. I wrote a song about it. Like, here it is. I want to go to lunch at the commissary.
But it's a great spot. It's a great spot to be in because, as is with so many other working actors, you're not going job to job. You're not waiting to see.
It's so hard to get those series regular job, and then the show's a hit, and you've got a parking space with your name on it at Warner Brothers, and nobody else can park in it, and you got a trailer, and you got people helping you out. You're like a visiting president or something. The way they treat you, And, I have a co-branding deal with Warner Brothers now. I have a coffee company.
Excellent.
And we do these holidays made here events every Christmas. And it's 6,500 people a day. And it's total insanity. And the fans are just loving it. And we're going to expand it even more this year. So it's I have a really great relationship with that studio.
Love that.
Yeah.
Love that.
I'm having a better time with on the executive side, working with those guys, than I ever did as an actor.
That's interesting.
Which was great.
Yeah.
But this is even better.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I only have to sit in the trailer for a little bit, and then I come out and say hello to fans.
Yes, not 5 to 10.
Right.
Yeah.
What other shows were on the sets when you were filming?
Friends was there. God, who else was? Drew Carey was there. He was right across the trail, so he used to park right there. He'd have a different color Porsche every day.
And he had some epic guest stars, like Joe Walsh was on that. Slash showed up.
Yeah, I met Joe Walsh.
Oh, yeah?
I did. I met all those people. I chased Batman down, the original Batman, Adam West. I chased him down one of the alleys of the studio, and he's like, "What the hell? What are you doing?" It's like, "I just grew up with you." It's like, it's like WMMR. You get all excited, right? And he's there like, "Well, I'm on my way to the soundstage. Could you wait?" And I said, "Sure, I'll wait." And I just left.
Did you jam with other actors who had musical talent as well?
Did I?
You would think with all that creativity, everybody around that people want to.
I did a pilot with a girl who co-starred, and she was a great singer. And at Rap, I'd get a guitar. We were in Vancouver. I bought a guitar at a pawn shop, and great singer. I mean, soul, bluesy singer. And then I got her in the studio to make a record of of what we had been doing, and she couldn't do it.
She couldn't do it.
The red light came on, and she went, and she couldn't hit the notes. It was weird.
Wow.
Yeah, it was weird.
You had
strange.
Melissa McCarthy was on the show.
Yeah.
Wrote a list of, you had, obviously you had Lauren and Alexis Bledel, and Melissa McCarthy, Adam Brody, Jared Padalecki, Milo Ventimiglia, Chad Michael Murray. The careers were all launched from this. When you yourself, because you had your on site.
And everybody's in the band. They will be appearing, except for Chad. We couldn't afford the hairspray. We didn't have enough hairspray.
Well, let me ask about that. It's kind of an evening with music?
It's an evening with, we're 7.
Okay.
And 6 of the players, I'm not counting myself, 6 of the players are as good as they get on their instruments.
Oh, really?
And we've got Neil Schon from Journey.
Sure.
He's a massive Preston.
His son is our lead guitar player.
No kidding.
Yeah. And the guy's a beast.
No kidding.
As you can imagine.
As bluesy and awesome as Neil is?
Unbelievable.
Okay.
It's unbelievable.
Same ego?
Wow.
Because Neil's known to have a little bit.
No. He's a nice kid.
Yeah,
he's a nice kid. We got Dylan Wilson on bass. We got Zoo on keyboards. We got prodigies at each spot.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is your buddy from your very first band going to hop up and... Is he in town,
Tommy P, you listening?
Yeah. So you going to get up?
He's going to be at Soundcheck tomorrow.
Play Stepping Stone?
We're going to check him out.
All right.
We're going to check him out because apparently he still has mad skills.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, this is like a reunion for you.
Yeah, the unknowns may form. We may reform at the City Winery. Yes.
Where did you grow up?
Haddonfield.
Haddonfield.
I was born here. We spent a couple years here, and then my dad got us over to Haddonfield. He continued to work here, though.
In Philly?
My mom and dad, they commuted,
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you had mentioned all your time going to the shows and stuff like that. I can't believe you saw Zeppelin here.
Saw Zeppelin. Remember? Okay, do you remember when Jimmy Page broke his hand, his playing hand?
No.
Okay, so this is like 75.
Okay.
Okay, 76. So Zeppelin came, and the word was they almost canceled because he broke these 2 fingers.
Okay.
The pinky and the adjacent
in a
finger.
subway door, something like that. I don't know where he did it, but he was playing. He had the taped up like this, and he was playing with 2 fingers.
Whoa!
And it didn't matter because it was so freaking loud that you couldn't hear the songs. It was just like that. And we're not wearing ear protection. I think we're just like, this is great. Can't hear a thing. It's so loud. You're just like, right? There were people sticking their heads in the main speaker, like near the stage.
Wow.
And they're deaf. They can't hear today.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. But but we were there.
What are the shows? Because, we often talk about MMR and like Stairway to Heaven came out, it was played new on MMR.
Yeah.
I mean, so what other bands do you remember? What other concerts?
I mean, we saw everybody. We saw Emerson, Lake and Palmer. We saw Yes. We saw The Who. We saw REM. We saw everybody. We saw Springsteen. I saw Springsteen there. I think it was Christmas Eve. He played
ticket stub collector.
I didn't save him like an idiot. I mean, it's just like, can you imagine? Right?
Yeah.
And Springsteen played for 4 hours.
Oh my God!
Without taking a break, and he was sweating. I'm like, what's wrong with this guy? You know?
Besides the Spectrum, what were some other venues in town that you would hit? I don't know if the TLA was kicking at that point, or Dobbs, or
I remember Dobbs,
or the.
But we were so young, we couldn't get in anywhere.
Into those clubs, you were you were just going mainly to the venue, the big venues. Yeah.
So when the Flyers were winning all the Stanley Cups, right? 72, 3, 4, 73,
74, 75.
74, 75. We'd cut school. We'd come to the parade. We'd take the speed line. We'd cut parade. We would be on top of cars drinking beers, not doing our homework.
On the news.
Not fractionating rat brains in the lab, right? But we're drinking like beers, like Pabst Blue Ribbon beer, and like celebrating the Flyers. Right? And we're losing our minds. And it seemed like we did that every single year.
Well, you're actually in town at a good time for the Flyers.
I know.
How I assume, judging by the way we're hearing you talk, you're dialed into all this all the time. Correct?
I'm not. Look. Bobby Clark and Dave Schultz and the Broad Street Bullies were that's the bar. Okay. They set a very high bar. I think. I'm not too knowledgeable on this team, but I hear they're kicking some serious ass. I hear they're handling Pittsburgh, right?
Yes.
So very encouraged.
If you're just tuning in, it's Scott Patterson who's sitting in studio with us, who's going to be at City Winery tomorrow night at 7:30. Is your band have a name, or is it just Scott Patterson?
We haven't chosen. I saw a van go by the other day. It said Sunseekers Solar, and I'm thinking Scott Patterson, the Sunseekers, but then it's like it's too beachy and it's like weird.
But you name your tour. So this is Midnight Highway Tour?
That's a heavy.
You don't name your band, but you name the tour.
I said name the tour. Because that's like a heavy story, right? It's like, troubled youth, ran away. I was 15. I went to California.
Right.
So I hitchhiked. That's when you could hitchhike.
You did?
Yeah, I did.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I did.
Ballsy.
Yeah. And I had a guitar, and I went to California because there was a girl in my high school that was out there with her brother and her grandmother in Long Beach. So I went to go hang with her and maybe travel around California a little bit.
What a time, man.
And so I hitchhiked out, and I got a ride from I was in Colorado, and I hitchhiked. I had to keep hitchhiking because I got dropped off, and I got picked up by a nice young lady and her son in a station wagon, like one of them Woody station wagons. I said, when we hit the California border, please wake me up because I'm going to go to sleep now. And that's what I saw on the tour poster. That's exactly what I saw, and I described it to our girl who handles social media and graphics and all that stuff. Can you create this image that I wrote about on Instagram?
Wow!
And she did, and it's perfect.
That's so wild.
All right, so I want to hear a little bit of that hitchhiking trip. 15 years old.
Yeah.
Any idea how many days it took you to get to California?
Well, I went to Colorado first.
Stayed there for a little while?
I stayed there for like a week.
Okay.
My sister was in college at CSU, so I stayed there. And her boyfriend just, let's say, partook. And I began to partake.
Okay.
And had some wonderful experiences in the Rocky Mountains, shall I say?
Talk to any shaman?
I got to tell you, man, it's the only time I ever had an out-of-body experience.
Okay.
Describe.
Yes. I was in the sleeping bag in the den, right?
Yeah.
And I had partaken. And I was half asleep, but I just sort of floated and just took off into the clouds.
That's amazing.
And I was flying. I was like on my back like this, like going, wow. And I felt like this is so cool. But if I got to a point where and this is going to sound weird because Shirley MacLaine described the same thing.
Yeah.
And she isn't BSing, man, because it happened to me. You feel like if you go further, that string or this cord that you have back to yourself is going to break.
Wow.
And that's when the fear kicked in, and I kind of willed myself back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did it happen instantaneously? Did you bang, you were right back in your body?
Instantaneously. Yeah. It's not like I had a turn signal, turn around.
Right.
It's like, I got to go back now, guys.
Right.
No.
I'm
it was
due
like, boom.
Due back on Earth.
I've heard that before.
What generated this trip? What were the shrooms or what were you?
No.
Weed.
Yeah, just
really
a little weed.
The whole concept, it's sort of so nostalgic for you to talk about. Hitchhiking used to be a thing. I remember driving with my brother. We'd pick up hitchhikers all the time.
Yeah.
Now you'd be an abject folly
Not happening.
to do that.
Not happening. No.
Did you sleep outside?
I did. Yeah, I slept outside, and then we drove through San Francisco, and Nikki's. Her name was Nikki Jennings, and she's still around. And her boyfriend had a van, her boyfriend's friend had a van. A white Volkswagen bus, Jeep, whatever van. And we went up to San Francisco one night, and then we left, and we went to Mill Valley, or Redwood Estates, Redwood City.
Okay.
I left them at that point and went back to San Francisco. They were going all over the United States. I wanted to go back to San Francisco. And I went to the Haight-Ashbury switchboard. I got a free place to stay that had like a government housing kind of they gave free cheese. You had the government cheese. You had a government slice of bread for breakfast. And I was living with some very, some fringe characters, right?
As one finds in Haight-Ashbury.
Yes.
Yeah.
And, that was quite an experience because the hippie movement was gone at that point. It was just sort of the dregs left over and people just hanging out. So I missed it. I was like, darn.
You're late. Fun part's over.
Where were you 6 years ago, idiot?
You missed it.
And I was like, guys, I was 10. I couldn't do it. I wanted to. But I had a guitar, and I was busking all over the place and playing my terrible little songs and sad little songs. And I'd make a nickel or a dime or a quarter.
Great memories. Did you love doing that?
I did, actually, yeah.
Because I you see these videos of these people who are busking, and they seem to be like just having a blast.
Well, they're advanced busking.
Yeah.
I was in Greenville, South Carolina recently at a convention.
Yeah.
And I walked up and down Main Street. Beautiful place, by the way. And I was walking up and down Main Street after dinner, and there's a couple buskers, and there's one lady who was a busker, and she was really good.
Yeah.
And she had all her social handles on a poster.
Right. A little Venmo that you can get her money
all
to.
the stuff, and people were just like swiping things. Yep. And I was like, she's just holding the concert right there. Yep. She didn't need to get booked or anything. She booked herself. She had her whole family there, kids, husband, taking care of the kids, sisters, brothers, and she was great. She had all these great originals. A little downer, but great. And she had a pile of money in her thing.
Would you ever go like you're here? Would you ever just hop out on a sidewalk with your guitar and just busk in advance of a show to generate some excitement?
I have wanted to do that so many times. Yeah. But my musical director was
says no,
you're not doing that. He said he's
a buzzkill.
He said we can't guarantee your safety.
Oh, that's true.
I mean?
You listen. The Gilmore Girls fan base is a rabid fan base,
but I'm going to do it anyway.
You're going to do it anyway.
I'm going to do it anyway.
How? I mean, you get real deal fandom. I mean, we talk about the fan fest and those shows now. In fact, I was watching Hacks, the Gene Smart series, and she goes to a fan fest event at one point, and they just allow the real rabid fans to get in touch with their the objects of their adoration. How extreme has that adoration, outside of being stalked? What is
like yesterday at the airport? It's two guys. One didn't have any teeth, and he's like, "Can you sign these Funko Pops?" And I'm like, "Get the hell away from me, fast, pal!" Hey, what do you do? Where are you going? Where are you going? You got to sign this stuff for us. And I'm like, "No, I don't." No.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Well, listen, Scott, I got an email from somebody. Since you're bringing this up, I'll read this now. It says, "I'm a 23-year-old longtime fan of the Preston and Steve Show and 25-year-long Gilmore Girls fan. This past winter, I went out to L.A. to do the Warner Brothers Lot Gilmore Girls experience when I had quite possibly one of the most embarrassing moments of my life. I do a lot of dumb things. I've developed thick skin, so for me, it's hard for me to be truly embarrassed. But it included me mistakenly believing the girls that I was with had already went into the diner that he had just arrived at, I'm talking about you, Scott, as a surprise visit for the fans, storming the front door only to be stopped by security clearing, being flagged as a risk, and almost being physically removed before they allowed me to go to the back of the line where my friends were to wait our turn to go in. He was conveniently removed from the diner, literally as it was our turn to go in. Can't imagine why. And she said, please feel free to let him know the woman from South Jersey promises she wasn't a Craze fan trying to attack him. She was just caught up in the excitement and truly believed that her friends had left her behind to meet the Luke Danes and will be forever haunted by this. This is from Dallas Ione. I think Ianone is her name. So she wanted you.
Dallas Ianone. I don't remember this happening. I got to tell you, security is very, very tight there.
Yeah.
It's really tight. They do a great job. And there's like 4 of them surrounding me if I'm walking around. So they're really, really good at it.
You
and
never know. But these people love you, you know?
Well, but they love the show. Right? Yeah. It's like I'm getting all of this credit that I don't deserve. Right. I'm kind of representing the show when I'm there. So they tend to put it all on their love for all the characters and the show
comes to you.
It's coming to me. So I don't take it personally. You know, it's not that. Well, of course they love me. You know, no, it's like I'm just there.
You're a vessel.
Yeah.
This fan experience that they do, does that happen yearly or on the Warner Brothers line?
Yeah. We go from I think this year we're going to do it even more. We did it 18 days last year, took Christmas off, so we go until January 5. We go like December, 15 or something like that to January 5. I think this year we're going to go even more. We might double the number of days.
That says a lot about that show. I don't hear about that at other shows.
It's 6,500 people a day coming through there, and the fire marshal is about to bust every day.
I mean, it held a pivotal, like Dawson's Creek for many people or whatever.
Yeah.
It's at the point. Also, the dynamic of mother to daughter to mother to mother to grandmother to daughter to grandmother.
Yes.
These were all female dynamics that you really weren't seeing a lot.
There you go. That's the point.
That's why
you just nailed it.
Yeah.
They did that so well.
Yeah.
With the mother, the daughter, and the granddaughter.
And I think that's what resonates, right, Marissa?
100%. So since you do represent the show, Dean, Jess, or Logan?
I'm very cynical about this at this point. I just sort of game theory it out. Rory marries each one. 10 years out, there's 2 kids. Who's likely to cheat? I think Jess is going to cheat. I think Dean's going to cheat. I think Logan's going to cheat. But at least she's going to get a really nice fat divorce settlement from Logan, and she gets her revenge on the Mitchum Huntsberger for dissing her so bad and ruining her life.
Oh yeah.
And then maybe some of that money floats to Luke and Lorelai and get a new boat. This kind of thing. So it's kind of selfish. So I'm going with Logan all the way.
Well, can we do an F, marry, kill of the 3?
What's that?
Oh, wait. You don't know that game?
No.
Okay, so if you could
Bang.
sleep with one, marry one, and kill one.
You have to pick.
You have to choose.
Yeah.
F, marry,
So
kill.
one you just get to have fun with, one you marry to be with for the rest of your life, and then one you kill so they're gone forever.
Okay.
He's thinking.
I'm going to play this with guys.
With Jess, Logan, and Dean, who are Rory's love interests over the season for the guys who haven't watched it.
Right.
Yes. Which one are you sleeping with? If we can play as Luke or we can play as Rory. Which do you want?
I'm not going to play as Luke.
Why don't you play, Marissa?
No. I'll play as Luke.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. I'm ready.
Yes.
All
So
right.
just give your classification for each.
Which one do you F? Which one do you marry? Which one do you kill?
I think I'm going to marry Dean. I'm going to kill Jess, and I'm going to
F.
No. I'm going to F Dean. I'm going to kill Jess. I'm going to marry Logan.
Okay.
Great choices. Great choice.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Is that what you would do, Marissa?
What about you, Marissa?
Yeah.
I'm with it.
Same thing?
Totally.
It's so cool. I mean, and so cool that you have this fan base. And how supportive have they been with the music? I mean, I assume that's,
Really nice. We did our first show in Tracy, California. We sold it out, and it was we gave them a show. They didn't expect that.
Yeah.
They did not expect that. They thought I was going to come out and play moody little songs that I'd written all night, and they were going to be like, we just want to meet them and all that.
like at a coffee shop.
They weren't expecting what we gave them.
Is this all original material?
No. It's probably I'd say 65% covers and the rest originals.
Cool.
Nobody wants to hear my originals. I mean,
right, not all night. Not all night.
Look, if I go see U2, right, and they say, well, we're going to play some material off the new album, nobody's heard it yet, I go to the bathroom.
Yeah, everybody
Nobody wants to hear it.
Yeah.
No.
And I don't think they want to hear mine.
Yeah.
You know, I'm
Makes
not
total
Bono.
sense.
Am I Bono? Who am I? Right? Right? So the covers we do play are, you know, we're taking a journey from in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s and putting our spin on these songs.
That's cool.
Okay. We're doing Al Green.
Oh.
We're doing, I'm taking on Al Green. You know? He's like, good luck with that. Pal.
What are you doing?
He's a master.
What Al Green are you doing?
We're gonna do Let's Stay Together.
Oh, it's a beautiful song.
Yeah, man.
songs ever.
Yeah. I'm doing my vocal exercises for like hours a day. Like, the guy's a master, right?
Yeah.
It's a fun show. It's a very high energy, energetic show. People are up on their feet, dancing, singing along. They love it. They love it.
I love it.
They
Yeah.
love it.
Scott, are you staying with family while you're here, or do you get hooked up in a hotel? Or I didn't know who all is still in the area. You mentioned your friends, but
Yeah. So everybody's dead. Actually.
Oh, man.
Okay.
Not to be a drag. But
Yeah,
everybody passed away.
I didn't know if you had cousins or the extended family.
I have cousins.
They're all dead too.
Or they're dead to me. You know?
Preston. Maybe he is. Maybe he is Scott Peterson.
Oh yeah.
We were talking earlier. Right?
How often does the name mistakenly get taken into Scott Peterson territory?
Yeah, sometimes, but I never respond. I just kind of give an icy stare. You know? But with you guys, it's fun.
It's okay.
Right? Yeah.
It's because it's one of those bizarre things. But you have a benevolent, beloved character and a guy who's not so good.
Just misunderstood. They're both misunderstood.
So I understand he pulls about 5,500 to his.
How do your other band members receive your celebrity? Are they cool with it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah?
No, these guys are pros. You know, and they're happy to be on the gig. But they tour with big people, you know. Yeah. These are elite guys, right? And so they've played with everybody. They've been everywhere.
They probably love the opportunity to kind of do something like this and just sort of have fun.
Right. And it's also a learning process for me because I haven't played at this level before.
Okay.
And they're helping me a great deal, you know.
So with Neil Sean's son playing in your band, has he been out to see the group, Neil? Or will he at some point, you think? So
I
you can
don't
see
know.
his son play. That'd
know.
be pretty damn cool.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I haven't heard him talk about his dad visiting, but if he does, it'd be cool.
Yeah.
You know, he told a great story about his dad. When his dad was 15, he was the prodigy in San Francisco, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he had a choice, and Clapton wanted him to join his band. And then also Santana wanted him to join his band, and he chose Santana.
Yep.
And there's wild footage to see him playing with Santana as a kid. He looks like a kid.
Yeah.
And he's just tearing it up.
Just ripping it up. And Miles is the same. He just rips it up. And you know what? My musical director sent me the tape of him, and I said, yes, he's in.
Yeah.
He's in. He doesn't have to audition. He's in. And I gave him the whole right side of the stage. I said, just do your thing.
Yeah.
Because this is like, okay, so what I'm doing here is I'm trying to build a band that plays live, no click tracks, no pre-recorded tracks. We're just vibing off each other and going for it. And they can solo when they want. It's kind of a free-form thing.
A big jam.
It's structured, don't get me wrong. But, I mean, the solos are godlike.
There you go. That's pretty cool.
And that's what I grew up with. I grew up with everybody got the solo. Like the lead, the bass player gets a solo, the drum gets a solo, it's music, man. It's a lot of music coming at you.
So I'm a huge music fan. Favorite band of all time?
Oh, man, that's tough.
Isn't it?
All right. Who would you want? What band would you want to F?
Cream. Sorry. Cream.
F, Mary, kill.
What band would you have? Cream, yeah.
Cream.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right. That's it for me.
There
you go.
Clapton's it for me.
Okay.
That's just I think he's the best writer. If you were to pick a guy who's the best singer, writer, lead guitarist, can do all three.
Yeah.
I mean, the great songs he writes. For me, it's Clapton.
There you go.
Nice.
Yeah.
With this tour, are you guys? Is it the entire country? You're making your way all the way through. You got a couple different legs. You're going to break, or is it just show after show after show?
This tour is proof of concept.
Okay.
The booking agent's like, go prove that this is going to work.
Okay.
Okay. So, and yes, there's stuff planned beyond this, but we just want to do these 11 shows.
Mm-hmm.
And it's mostly on the East Coast. There's one in Chicago. There's one in Cleveland. There's one in Pittsburgh. We're in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. We're in Natick, Massachusetts. We're in New York City. We're in, where else? New Haven, Connecticut.
So is Philly like second or third on the tour?
Second.
Second?
Yeah.
Wow, okay.
And we haven't played in 9 days.
All right.
Yeah, so we're ready. We're just bursting at the seams.
All right,
Yeah,
very
yeah.
nice.
Yeah, they're going to be eating their dinners going, whoa. What the hell just happened? You know?
Tour bus driving around in that?
No.
Okay.
We're just Ubering and renting cars.
Okay.
The band is Ubering across.
And flying. Yeah. We're flying. We have to fly to Chicago.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to get an Uber to Detroit.
Yeah. I think it's a nice prop plane. We got a nice 1940 style prop plane we're going to take to Chicago.
You have to be a fan of Almost Famous, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean,
absolutely.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's the
Because
whole-
everybody, real true rock fans are that kid.
Yeah.
Oh,
You know,
yeah.
They're pretty much that. And that behind the scenes stuff is just like the greatest stuff ever shot, right?
Well, you're speaking our language, man, because that whole thing and the love of radio and the love of those moments. I remember listening to a Springsteen concert, commercial free, and like you just sat and you recorded it, and you're like, and all the glitches and F-ups and the tape whirring at the wrong point. It was all part of the experience. It meant everything.
Yeah, everything. And Patti Smith is from my area, right, in South Jersey. Yep. And she went and made it, so we would go see her, listen to her on the radio. You guys would play her from The Bottom Line, and there were Sunday night concerts on MMR from the Cellar Door in Washington, D.C., and then Bottom Line, New York City. So we go up and listen to her play all the time in the 70s.
That's great.
Yeah,
Awesome.
It was fantastic. Yeah, it's fantastic.
Well, we're very happy you're in town, man. It's very cool to meet you.
Good to meet you
glad
guys.
you had a chance to come by this place. It was important to you.
This is a dream come true. I got to tell you, this is a real bucket list moment. I got to tell you.
We'll swing back around
Swing
and
back.
come see us again.
Yes, absolutely.
Love to have
guys.
you back
Thanks
here.
so much for having me.
You got it.
All
Thanks
right,
for being
all the
here.
best.
All right, at the City Winery, Scott Patterson, everybody. Go see him tomorrow night, 7:30. Tickets available at citywinery.com. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Tickled into, submission.
And 4% had hallucinations. I'm sorry. I was thinking about something.
What?
Remember the one time we all made our orgasm faces here?
I forget.
There's a video. There's a Daily Rush video somewhere, Steve, and I think it might be a screen cap of you, and you're just like, this is grimace on your face.
I would never want to see my face.
How about that, man? Would you? The next time you're taking care of yourself, have your phone nearby.
I'll stream it live.
Take a quick video.
Marissa's got the it's on our YouTube page.
It's
Daily
Rush. It's an old videos from 12 years ago. And
man,
I think I had purposely paid attention to when I was taking care of my own business as to what my face contorted into. I didn't look at myself while I was doing that, but anyhow, try that out at home today. The most common response, though, from the women that were surveyed about this was crying, actually. 63% said that they had, and another 43% say that they felt the urge to do so.
A flood of
emotion,
hormones.
There's a happy
Marissa,
cry.
Not to get very personal, but have you ever had any of these?
Any odd reaction?
Dad, stop listening now. No. But I have had a partner that did.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was with somebody who cried.
Really?
Yeah, it was weird.
Wow.
Yeah.
Like often or just one time?
Every time.
Every time.
Whoa.
Wow.
Yeah.
No
it wasn't like a sob, but it was like it was a whimper because it was probably like holding back from trying not to cry.
Okay, question. Did you ever talk to him about it or ask him?
No, it wasn't the type of relationship that I needed to.
All right.
I just can laugh about it on the radio so many years later.
No, I was just wondering if you got any insights from him about that.
It wasn't.
That's interesting.
I didn't need to talk to him that much.
Okay. All right. Gotcha.
That's why you're married to someone else, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Only 17 of those who reported having any of these experienced them consistently, and 69% had them sometimes. So if you have a weird reaction like that, it's not necessarily, out of the ordinary, and just be aware.
What if you involuntarily evacuate your bowels?
You mean that doesn't happen to you guys, too?
Yeah. That's how I got that face.
Let's talk.
All right, we'll go somewhere else. Now, Marissa can relate to this. It's something called time blindness.
Very.
Russell Barkley, a retired clinical psychologist at the University of Massachusetts, is often credited with linking time impairment with people with ADHD or autism. In 1997, he called it temporal myopia. But recently, time blindness has sparked a social media debate. Where is the line between a genuine condition and someone who is disorganized or just plain rude?
Yeah, a lot of people use it, and everyone wants to jump on the latest syndrome and stuff and say that's why I'm late for work all the time. It's because I have this, but it's not. There is a definite clinical condition that is not what a lot of people think it is.
Time blindness is the inability to determine how long a task will take or conceptualize how much time has passed. It relates to executive function that occurs in the frontal lobes of the brain. It is a well-documented characteristic of many people with ADHD. And Stephanie Sarkis, a psychotherapist in Tampa Bay, Florida, said anyone can have issues with running late. Just with ADHD, there's functional impairment. And it impacts family life and social life. It impacts work, money, management, all areas of life. Sarkis said if a person's chronic tardiness is 1 star in the constellation of symptoms, then it could be evidence of a treatable disorder. She cited research that stimulant medication prescribed for other ADHD symptoms, such as inattention and restlessness, is also effective at treating time blindness.
So so you said ADHD is
might be
all right to part of this. I err on the other side. If I'm anything, I'm too early more often than not. But I'd prefer that. I like you. I think we both agree, Preston. Rather get to the airport way early than close to on time. I don't.
I feel like the airport.
I get too nervous.
The airport one is the only one where I'm like, okay, I want to be early.
I see you walk in like when we do movie screenings. You walk in like 2 minutes before the movie starts. I've been there for 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Well, the airport thing.
Yeah.
And the reason that I don't mind getting there super early is, number one, fear of the major inconvenience that it would be to miss your flight.
Right.
And how many hoops you have to jump through. I am already going to be tired from this day.
Yeah.
And I don't need to add on several hours and complications and all that. So getting there early is totally worth it. Plus, there's stuff to do at the airport.
Right. Yeah.
Could pretend you're a spy.
Yeah. So for me, it's more of like this. You never know what the security check-in line is going to look like.
Yeah.
And I've been there where I've just walked right through, and then I've also been there where the line goes all the way down. No, the line goes all the way down. The corridor.
Yeah.
And so my fear is that I'm going to get there and it's going to be really, really crowded. Right. And Press, you're right. There are a ton of things that you can do, and also even if they're I can just sit in the terminal, play on my phone or whatever.
Yeah, see, I just have all of these things all together, and it's so terrible.
You're like right up. You'll right up to the last second.
Oh yeah, yes. And Steve, I'm self-diagnosed ADHD, and I see the videos on Instagram, and I watch them, and I relate with the person who thinks that something takes 4 minutes and it takes 27 minutes.
Yeah.
But every once in a while, one will come by and it'll be like, "Oh yeah, you had an event," and they're saying like, "Oh, I'll be 5 minutes late," and you're like, "That's okay. I've been here for 3 hours." Like that doesn't compute with me whatsoever.
So this is you then.
Whatsoever.
Yeah.
And on top of this, I also have I'm not motivated to do things until I have to do something else. Like when I had to pack for over vacation for a road trip, I decided that was when I wanted to hang up the clothes that had been sitting on my floor for a month.
I see.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Like it was the pressure to pack that was like, oh, you know what? I've been meaning to do this. I should do that now
you get
and distract it
productive
away from that.
You get productive under pressure.
Yeah.
And is it difficult for you to attach priority to something? Meaning, like let's say this: if you had to be somewhere at 6 p.m. and if you weren't there on time, you were going to lose your job. that kind of priority would motivate you to be there early.
I am so falsifying myself that I still think that I'm going to be on time, no matter what time I leave.
Okay.
I can convince myself that like I'm still leaving with enough time. Does that make sense?
But what I'm saying, but if a heightened priority were put on something, would you make a mental note to I will not get there late, I will get there early?
Yes, like I will still think that I am leaving with enough time to be there early, but somehow
even though you're running
this
late?
Time blindness has kept me, and I end up being 3 minutes late.
I can't wrap my mind around that.
So
what about
wild?
what about?
It's hard to explain and it's hard to justify it because people don't understand it.
Yeah, so there is, and I feel like you did this to us. Maybe it was in Chicago or whatever, but we all had dinner reservations, and they don't sit you until everybody from your party shows up to the restaurant. And let's say the dinner reservation was at 6:30. And like you showed up well, and we're all just sitting there in the lobby, like just waiting and waiting. It might not have been you; it might have actually been Nick. But it was like I was like, "Come on, man! You know there are like 10 people here waiting for you to be on time."
Right.
And this is me, the guy who's late for everything. You know?
Sure. Yeah. It's like whatever that minute is. Tell me 5 minutes before, and I will be there at the minute you wanted me to be there. Does that make sense?
Jeff Meltzer, a therapist in Bradenton, Florida, counsels people who never show up on time to examine the core issues behind their lateness. And this is interesting. Here's something I hadn't considered. He said some people who hate small talk fear arriving early, which could point to anxiety as the underlying issue.
That does suck.
Others may feel that they don't have much control over their lives, so they try to reclaim a few minutes from responsibilities. He said it's the same psychology concept behind revenge bedtime procrastination, referring to the urge that one may have to stay up late to recoup personal time after a busy day. Like, I had a busy day, I didn't get to enjoy anything, so I'm going to stay up late tonight.
Yeah.
So in those cases, one tool is to create a small, what he calls a coping card to refer to regularly. And he said, after determining a reason for chronic lateness, take an index card and write down a reframed thought about that reason and a consequence of being late. For instance, on one side, write, attending this meeting doesn't mean that I lose my freedom. And in the other side, write, being late again will upset people at work.
Yeah, that ain't gonna work. Ain't gonna happen.
No.
And you're gonna put off doing that.
Yep. Meltzer said the hardest reason to change the habit would be something that early arrivers often attribute to latecomers, a sense of entitlement. People who feel that their time is more important than others' time may give themselves permission to be late.
You know what makes me feel a little bit uneasy is when we have a guest show up way early, and I know that there are certain guests that like Mark Summers is an early guy.
Right.
I think Todd Glass is an early, and that's just who they are. They don't like to be late.
Yeah.
So let's say we tell them to be here at 8, to be on air at 8:15, and then they show up at 7:30. That makes me feel uneasy because now they're just waiting for 40, and I don't want them waiting for 45 minutes. I'd rather them wait for
I'll tell you, as someone who does arrive early, I never feel that the onus is on the person who's the event I'm going to, that they have to entertain me or yeah.
I think most early arrivers don't either. So I think you just know that they made that choice, and they're good with it.
Yeah.
So it should be cool.
Except Mark Summers, who called you a prick.
The list of things that you're describing there, Preston, I feel like don't describe me. I'm so apologetic for all of it, and there's no entitlement about it whatsoever. I just feel like I could be more productive in that time than waiting for what was going on. And that's what I convinced myself.
That if you get there early, there's something else I could have been doing that was productive. And are you indeed doing productive things
Usually,
that make you run late?
Yeah, I'm doing the thing that
Shadow
I
puppets.
wanted to do a week ago.
Right.
But I'm motivated to do it right now.
All right, so this is interesting. Particularly helpful, he says, has been making a list of how long things take. Getting out the door in the morning felt like it took 20 minutes until this therapist, Levat, listed every step from bed to door. So he actually timed it out. Walk down the stairs, 1 minute. Find shoes, 1 minute. And he said, I had a list that was a whole page long of literally walking between rooms, and learned that it took 45 minutes, not 20 minutes.
Right.
So if you actually
twice.
Do a one-time test of how long things take, might give you a clearer picture.
I get that.
Yeah. All right. Well, anyhow, what are you laughing at?
I'm laughing. I'm laughing at these texts that came in
Oh,
that
okay.
are saying that they're associated with me.
Okay. Gotcha. All right. So
I'm
anyhow,
surprised they got the time to do that.
I like Marissa. We need T-shirts. It's real. It's hard to figure out. Or I thought Marissa was describing me. So I feel you guys who are out there.
all right, we're moving on to another story. As scientific advancements go, this is really unusual. A growing number of people are getting Brazilian butt lifts and breast enhancements using fat from donated human cadavers.
So there's something wildly ghoulish about that.
The product called
Franken-ass.
Alloclay is made from sterile fat that goes through a cleaning process to remove DNA and other materials that could cause
like to donate your loved one to go into someone else's ass?
It could cause a bad reaction. It is meant for patients who are too thin to use their own fat.
Yeah.
Or who have already had liposuction. This doesn't bother me. I think it's just weird saying that. But I mean, you get, if you even got donations from a living donor, I mean, it's still
that's weird too.
Removed from the body.
I mean, you will listen for life-saving. They already use cadaver stuff for life-saving measures.
I don't know what's weird about it. It just seems weird.
But
to
when
me,
it comes for cosmetic reasons,
seems a little bit more frivolous.
Yeah. Or.
So the filler can be injected.
What are you going to do with that penis?
The filler can be injected in a doctor's office without general anesthesia.
Yeah.
And Dr. Sachin Siradurani, a Manhattan plastic surgeon, said demand has been high for the product. Procedures start at around $10,000 and go up depending on the amount of filler used. Men are also using Alloclay to sculpt their chests without implants. Just dead people's fat.
How soon before they're going out these kill squads to get the ass juice that they need?
I saw there's a girl on Instagram. Crazy, I know. I follow attractive girls on Instagram, but there's a girl on Instagram who is she has 6-pack abs.
Right.
But her body, the rest of her natural body fat doesn't seem to jibe with that. And I think that there's. Thank you very much, Marissa. Your next shot at $1,000 coming up in roughly 45 minutes with no sad dough. We'll give you the keyword. We'll tell you how to enter it, and hopefully you walk away a grand richer. And if you don't get it at 10, we'll do it again at noon and 3 and 5 p.m. All the way through the work week. So get prepared for that. From time to time, the members of our staff here at WMMR are asked to come out and, perform certain duties. Sometimes we'll host charity events or things like that, or we can be an MC or whatever it may be. And from time to time, you're asked to come and speak to the youth of America.
Listen, you want to shape young minds in the best way possible.
Yes, and so that sometimes takes the form of a career day. And Casey's got one of those today. You're doing Career Day?
Yeah, so at my alma mater, Cardinal O'Hara High School, I will be speaking at Career Day. So I'm friends with the president of O'Hara. His name's Mike Connor, sorry. And
you guys are tight.
What's that?
I'm joking. Yeah, you got.
I was thinking of Mark O'Connor from Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, which actually will be part of my my speech today. Is
they'll be there today? Oh, that's cool.
Well, no. Just in the sense that, what we do for a living, allows us to give back to our community, and Families Behind the Badge is one of those things. In addition to camp out, and I believe for Preston and Steve and all that. But Mike asked me to speak. And I immediately got nervous because I'm not just speaking in front of a class. I'm auditorium speaking in front of the entire student body. And then my heart sank a little bit more because apparently I'm like the keynote. And so I need to prepare like a 30 to 35 minute presentation. And this isn't something that you can necessarily phone in.
This is in front of all classes?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. How many in the student body?
I think it's like just under 1,000 or something like that. It's probably like 2 and change per class. Which is like half the size of when I was in school, right? It was like almost a 2,000 student body.
So that's different than, say, we go to the MMRBQ and there's, 15,000 people and we get up on the mic. Hey, everybody, welcome. Have a great time. We're having fun, blah, 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 this and that. And then we get off the stage. This is 1,000 people all looking at you for 30 minutes.
Yeah. Probably I would venture to guess maybe 30% of the people are paying attention.
Well,
100% of the people are happy to be there instead of class. I can guarantee you that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and so did they ask you to put together a PowerPoint presentation, or did you figure you wanted to do that?
I figured I wanted to do that, right? So I figured I was going to need to pad as much time as possible, and I thought, okay, if I put together a PowerPoint, and by the way, I put together my first PowerPoint presentation like, I don't know, 4 months ago for trivia night. So like, the funny thing is that, we work in a technological sort of industry, and there's a lot of like stuff that it's not in my wheelhouse. I don't like Excel spreadsheets. I've never, I've put together like 2 of those in my life.
Yeah.
Like 2 keynote PowerPoint presentations in my life, right? And so what I needed to do first was sort of create an outline and go, okay, well, where would I want to slide? What would I want in the slide? You know what I mean?
Well, we were talking last night, and I think you're not selling yourself short, but you're going to be great. You're going to be conversive, and you see they're all different types of talks. Like,
Yes.
I've been up doing stand up in front of a couple thousand people and just talking, and it's not. The dynamic is very similar, and you're good with people. You're good with conversation.
Casey, I would be nervous too.
I'm nervous as hell.
Yeah, I would be nervous too. For this type of thing, doing 30 minutes nonstop.
On something serious.
By myself.
Yeah.
It's different when we're sitting here in a room and we're bouncing stuff off each other and we're having a good time. We'll talk for 45 minutes, no problem.
Yeah.
Presenting and not getting feedback when you're just driving it home. I'm with you, man.
Yeah.
I have a hard time
But
with
you're
that.
both forgetting, at any point, you can run off the stage
You're
screaming.
right. I can run off the stage.
Anytime you want, you can run off that stage screaming.
And there is this secret hole backstage that most people don't know about. I can go climb into that hole if it's still there. And you guys have known me more than...
We can't find him.
He went this way. There's only one way out. Where the hell did he go?
Hole.
But you guys have known me more than half my life, and you know that I can talk myself into a corner better than anybody. And so that is a little bit what I'm afraid of.
Has anybody here had Wetzel's pretzels before?
Don't bring up the pretzels. Don't bring up the pretzels. You guys like a good pretzel?
Yeah, I'm worried about feedback, right? Because I do have a little bit of a Q&A here in my presentation. So.
I thought you meant like feedback on the microphone.
There's a little bit of Q&A, so
something's wrong with the system.
I'm gonna.
All of a sudden, his voice.
I'm gonna ask questions, and I anticipate not a whole lot of hands.
Is that hole still here?
If any hands go up, but
You're, okay, I understand the nervousness. I think, and I'm not even being pandering, you're going to do great.
yeah. Go ahead, Merce.
You can start. The leg up you have is that you have a cool job.
Yeah.
So we do have that. A friend of ours, I'm not going to say who it is because he told me this in confidence recently, but he was speaking at his child's class and he was like, man, I didn't realize how cool my job was until I started listening to the other parents who
I know
were
who you're talking about. His son, at the end, like when he said, you have infinite aura.
Yeah.
Because he created something that his classmates all knew about and were like, what?
It's a classic scene in City Slickers.
Yeah.
You sell air.
Yeah.
So with that, I mean, even the Wetzel's pretzel story is embarrassing, funny, but like you connected with Joe Keery, who is somebody that most kids in that room are aware of.
Yeah.
So
okay.
like you have a funny story to tell about a kid, whether they know him from his music or from his acting.
Yeah.
Well, is the focus of the speech on? Is it a biographical accounting of how you achieved a career in broadcasting?
That's only a little bit in there,
or
right?
a suggestion on how they might go about it.
It's more like that, and so that's why, I want to take this serious, right? So I think the basic underlying theme of my speech is it's the first question: how do you measure success? Right, and so because here I am, 30,
life is like a pretzel.
There's a lot of twists and turns.
Ultimately, you have it. With Wetzel's pretzels, they're really good.
Well, listen, Annie Ann's is what we all, and Philly Pretzel Factory, we all know about that around here.
We have an abundance of wonderful pretzels.
But I urge you to take a look, to try something new. Try a Wetzel's pretzel. No, but how do you measure success? Because 30 years into a career, and I, a lot of people they want to chase a paycheck and they want to chase a big bank account and all of that, and that's not necessarily, somebody's idea of success. So that's kind of like where I'm going with this one.
Okay.
I remember sitting with my father-in-law, and he said to me, "There are flying squirrels, son."
Yeah.
And rattlesnakes.
Do you think you've got 30 minutes worth of material?
I timed it out last night. I got a hard 15.
Oh, okay.
All right.
You need to hide your fists.
But you are going to go through a Q&A.
Yeah, so that's what I will do at the end. And in fact, what I will do in the beginning is say, "Hey, listen, when I'm done here, if we have time, we'll do some question and answer stuff."
I guarantee you'll go over, and I think you're going to find that. Listen, I get it, and I get the fear of it. That you're going to be one out of things, but your ability to converse, they're going to ask questions.
I hope.
And regardless, yeah, you're going to be great.
Well, here's another thing that makes me a little calmer is that there is a decent portion of the student body that I know, right?
Yeah.
That I coached in baseball, that I coached in basketball, and and I've known literally since they were in kindergarten or even younger. So some of my daughter's classmates, some of my son's teammates and stuff like that. So, in fact, I got a text from one of the seniors. Yo, I hear you're speaking at the school today. And so at least. I'm about to text him back. You better ask me a question. You know what I mean? Like you and your knucklehead friends better participate.
Well, so for the Q&A, be ready to potentially share a story. Like if it was very light at the beginning of hands raised or questions, like share an extra story that relates to that question and then go back to more questions.
You could literally, to Marissa's point, you could share the Joe Keery pretzel story about no matter how far along in your career, and you're going to come up against things you're not your strong points. And I still deal with this. I'm successful in other parts of it.
That's part of my thing. There it is. Stumbling and falling. It's part of life. So maybe I'll write that in my notes here.
By the way, somebody texted in that you should begin with, you tap the mic and go, "I did not invent ranch dressing on pizza."
By the way,
that should be your opening line.
Side note, I had pizza with ranch dressing this weekend.
What?
Yeah. Dude, it was like offered. It was just straight up offered. They were like, "Would you like ranch or butter garlic?"
Bulgar.
I know, right?
Would you like ranch or Bulgar? And I remember them saying that.
I remember thinking, what is Bulgar?
Oh my God!
What is it?
Bulgar?
Bulgar.
People will say Bulgar, and others will say butter garlic.
Gotcha.
Got it. Now I know. Thank
Most
you.
people, if not everybody, says butter garlic.
One time,
I like.
It's rare for you to say Bulgar.
I just like to say butter.
One time, Steve and I were invited to go to a juvenile detention facility to speak to the youth and tell them about. It was like a career day,
and
thing.
they wanted so desperately to hear what we were telling them.
God. I've never seen a more disinterested group in my life.
Could not care less.
And I was uncomfortable where we were because these were kids that are, either criminals or have behavioral issues or things that were, they looked angry.
Yeah.
They looked unenthused and did not care at all. And when we got done, Marissa, and we're like, "Anybody got any questions?" Nothing.
Crickets.
Nothing.
So we rolled, did a little bit of scared straight. You think life is just a bunch of pretzels? Is that what you think? It's raining Bulgar. We're having a great day.
Raining Bulgar.
I ain't like it in the real world, boy.
I think one of the interesting aspects of what I'm going to do today and where I'm going to do it is we're literally doing it where I've spent many hours in Saturday detention.
Is it in the auditorium?
It's in the auditorium. Yeah.
Okay. Is that where they make you do detention?
Saturday detentions were in the auditorium.
I would have loved that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like the Breakfast Club. You showed up on the weekend.
Yeah. I was good for at least 1 to 2 Saturday detentions this semester.
Talk about your memories there too. I mean, you're an example of someone who's gone on and followed your dream. I mean, and the people like to hear that.
Yeah. I mean, and the dream started on the stage where I'm going to be performing or presenting the speech. I mean, I was in the plays there, and I knew that I wanted to do something in the entertainment industry at that, at a young age, and so that's another, aspect of what I want to talk about is that you don't have to have it all figured out right now. Not all of us are lucky enough to know at 16, 17, 18 what you want to do for the rest of your life.
It's very wise. Yeah, I mean, and ultimately, things change from the formal speech with the PowerPoint, and then the TED Talks became all the rage, which were a lot more conversational. Still, there was a structure, but who do you consider? Who do you think is a great orator? Who do you think delivers a good speech?
Oh man, Gary Lauwers.
Yeah.
Gary Lauwers.
Yeah.
Have you all ever had Bulgar?
You know what? I can't.
I have 3 nuts.
I can't name names, but I know it when I hear it, and when and I've heard a lot of people speak, and when they can seamlessly go from thought to thought, and when I can tell that their sentence is ending and that just sparked a thought, and then they're able to just actually Preston's pretty damn good at it too. I don't know, but another thing I am going to say is that when I was sitting in the seat that they're sitting in, there were only 2 names in the pretzel world, and that was Annie Ann's and Bernie's.
Right. I might not get there with you. One day, a pretzel for everyone.
Casey, at what point, I don't ever ask you this, at what point, you started on the Preston and Steve show as an intern, and then at what point did you realize this could be your career?
Not until we got here.
Casey preceded me, by the way, on the show. Casey you were interning for Preston and Maryland for about 5 months, 6 months?
Well, whenever they start, what month did you start?
5, 6 weeks? Okay.
Yeah, what month did you start?
I was remember.
February, March, something like that?
March or something like that, yeah.
So right away, because the other producer liked me, so I was there Monday, Wednesday, Fridays as the intern, and I think Mike was Tuesday, Thursday for you guys. But I'd been there for a while, and it wasn't really until because I didn't have a contract at Y100, right? And so, and the truth is, these guys should have fired me very, very early on. I didn't know what I was doing. I still don't know what the hell I'm doing, but so that's why I'm forever indebted to these guys.
Well, that's not true. A and B, you're great at what you do.
Appreciate it. But I'm okay at what I do.
There was always. I mean, Preston, you always knew that the skill set was there. Yeah. I mean, and that's also what you can impart to the kids. Is that how do you know how well you're doing? What are the metrics to look for? Do how can you assess if you're on the right path?
Right.
Well, I mean, what makes a good pretzel?
I mean, honestly, another part of the aspect or another aspect of my speech is just being there, being reliable and accountable and dependable. Like the reality is for me is that my first on-air shift happened just simply because I was in the building at the time that the Saturday night DJ quit.
Yeah. Isn't that wild?
And, I remember going on air and then I had to do an air check with Jim McGuinn afterwards. And he's like, wait, we put you on the air without ever air checking you? I was like, yeah, you did.
No, well, that can drive home the message of if there's something you're passionate about, surrounding yourself in that environment. Sometimes if you're just around, if you're just there, an opportunity can open up.
Listen, this is your career now, but you got offered a job at the music store you hung out at.
Yeah.
Because you loved it so much. And you let him know.
Well, it was right about the time I actually faced a bit of a crossroads because they were like, hey, it was called the Drum Headquarters. I was there all the time. Even if I wasn't buying stuff, I was just hanging out. And eventually I had gotten an opportunity to work full-time radio.
Right.
I'd only been doing part-time at the moment. And then they came to me and said, hey, we'd like to offer this job. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I gotta decide here. Two of my passions, radio.
You're Anne Hathaway.
And drums, yeah.
The Devil Wears Prada.
Exactly. So I made the right choice.
Yeah.
But that is a message of surrounding yourself, being in that environment of something that you feel strongly about is a good way to be in the right place at the right time.
Listen, I'm prepared. I did, I crammed, by the way. I thought about it for a few weeks and then finally put something together. So I'm not necessarily concerned about the message. I think my main concern now is the amount of time it's going to take. They want a half an hour. I timed it last night, and I know that doesn't really count because I was sitting in my recliner, as I was doing it, lay softly and, not engaged with an audience. But I only got 15 minutes last night. So
Q&A.
If I can get it to
reaction,
20. Yep.
Anecdotes, conversations that lead in different ways, you're going to be fine.
Yep.
So tying into that, I did see this Reddit thread that is part of their career guidance section. And a Redditor had asked this question. She said, what is a high-paying, low-stress job that you wish you had gotten into earlier? And she specifically wanted careers that pay well, have good work-life balance, and aren't emotionally draining. And there were some interesting responses.
I'd like to hear this. I think most people would like a job like that.
So here we go. This one, so a number of them, and I'll just go through these. One of them said, university administration. Pay is great. Stress is limited to managing others' emotions. Hours are predictable. I get a nice pension. I care enough about the people that I work with. But not so much that I'm drowning.
Franchisee for Wetzel's Pretzels.
Got to be, right? Another one says X-ray tech and radiation therapy technicians. And they didn't mention why, but they just said that.
I mean, all the X-rays you want.
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
All the radiation you need.
And there's something that somebody said to me a long time ago, and it took a while to realize, but when you get to leave work at work. So when you're an X-ray tech, like you have hours and you have work during work, you do not take that home with you.
Yeah, that's a good point.
You don't think about
Where go with that X-ray thing, Kenny?
Yeah, punch in,
right?
punch out.
Yeah.
But I mean, we take our work home here.
Sure.
And we love our job and everything, but it is one of those jobs where it's pretty much round the clock for the most part. You're constantly looking for stuff. Another one had posted and said, I make $95,000 a year and work in organizational learning and development. Low stress when it comes to day-to-day, but I have to find a company that is large enough to have a steady internal support team. Here's one that says, former teacher here. I work as a special ed admin assistant. I'm one of the few in the district that work year-round. I get school vacations, holidays, and I work part-time in the summer. I do meeting, paperwork, records request and archiving. I make $65,000 a year, school benefits, and state retirement.
So for many, the trade might be a little less of a salary, but a lifestyle that affords them that time off or those things. Think about what's important. And by the way, what's important to you in life can evolve throughout your life.
Sure. Yes.
Well, and also those type of jobs where you get vested and you get a pension.
Yeah.
Whether it's like some kind of working teacher, a blue-collar job, or anything, like a union, a trade, all of these jobs where you start when you're young and then into your 50s, like you're nearing retirement.
This person writes, water treatment. Bored most days, $100,000 with overtime.
There you go.
Okay.
All right.
I don't know what all you can do at water treatment, though, and how you get a job
You
like
could treat
that.
water, man.
You could?
Yeah,
You could be
treat
a water
the water
treater.
right.
Yeah.
Treat it right. Water.
There is no other.
There's no water. Treat it right.
This one says, I work in supply chain in a pharma company, making $136,000 a year plus bonuses after 3 years in. Bonuses and benefits are great. Hybrid work schedule, 4 days on, 3 days off.
Does that include French benefits?
Ooh.
Yeah.
They don't get French benefits.
All right, so 4 days on, 3 days off. That sounds a lot like, like a nurse. But is it a 12-hour shift?
Doesn't say.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't
so
know if
like
I could
Parker does 4 on, 3 off, but he works 10-hour days.
Okay.
Does he love the that schedule? Because I used to have a schedule similar to that. And those my days off would be in the middle of the week. And it was pretty cool.
Yep. And if you've got any suggestions or want to add anything to this list, feel free to call 610-660-9333. These are higher paying, low stress job that you wish you had gotten into earlier. This one says software developer, 6-digit salary, work from home, average of 4 hours of work a day to get the job done.
I wonder if that person was in the office, how much they'd have to show work for.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Working corporate at a financial institution. I make just above $200,000, and I've worked more than 40 hours a week, maybe like 5 to 7 weeks in the last 3 years. But that's pretty broad. Corporate at a financial institution.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means. Somebody says, IT job, mid-level, hardly any stress, 100,000. My boss asked if I wanted to apply for a management position, and I declined. $20,000 more for way more stress, more work, and all-day meetings. No, thank you.
So that's the self-awareness that we're talking about. what do you want? What are you comfortable with? At what level is your quality of life the best?
Yeah.
I mean, you're not going to get. There's no such thing as they say as a free lunch, but figure out what you are comfortable with.
Yeah, and advancement sometimes is not necessarily a good thing. You know, it depends on what your lifestyle is like.
For years, we would get certain offers, throughout the radio career about things that would involve like syndication and things like that.
We always said no.
We said no. Yeah, because I mean,
it comes with a lot more work.
It comes with the tailoring the show in a way we didn't want to be beholden to network breaks.
And how many bosses do you want?
Right.
You know what I mean?
We can go on, we can prattle on for a long time, and we can be a little bit more relaxed. And besides, streaming took care. I mean, that's pretty much, it right now. But there are many times where, we said, we'll do it if we do the show exactly the way we're doing it right now.
Yeah,
and that was always an issue.
For syndication, yeah.
I'm impressed by people who can do a job that allows them to do a second job. So like a doorman at a building, but you like finish your degree and then get a second job or move on, or even do sales while
Selling
you're doing
weed.
that. I mean, that's a perfect spot. You have a built-in audience,
Doorman,
Steve.
yeah.
Are there still doormen?
Yeah.
Are there?
Yeah, especially now with like so many packages coming through.
Okay.
And
You ever tried to
safety.
That's right.
one
You
of
live
those
in
things?
an apartment building
Yeah.
in the city, and they would have doormen, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's because they're also pseudo security and all that, right?
And they're
Yes.
superheroes.
And then
Doorman.
Oh, doorman.
Doorman.
Oh.
That was a wonderful little moment right there. But you were saying, Marissa?
If you like walk around the city, there's different types. There's people who are like more, in an or behind a desk further in, and then there's still those like old school New York doormen that are right at the front door, opening the door for people.
Those guys can
bringing
make a
people in.
whole career, especially depending on the kind of building you're with, or whatever facility. That is you're the first step in and out of the building, and you have to be that conduit. And then they're the ones that are inside who manage when mail comes in and stuff like that as well, right?
And then you get like second jobs, like walking people's dogs and things like that within the building.
You know what I was going to mention something as a joke, and then I realized, wait a minute, there are still these from time to time. Elevator operators.
Yeah.
And the only place I ever see one is when we happen to be lucky enough to be at the Xfinity Mobile Arena, and we are doing work for, either the Flyers or whatever, we're there in a work capacity. When you go into the freight elevators, the larger elevators, they've got people in there that take you from floor to floor.
Yeah. Occasionally, if I'm a little light on actual cash, I'll operate the elevators here for people.
Here?
Yeah.
With tips and stuff?
Yeah, which floor?
Nice. So another one says business analyst for me, 70,000 right out of college.
Yep, that's a business, all right.
This guy's good.
It says WFH.
That's
Work from home.
F around and find
Work
out.
from home. Thank you.
From home.
Probably work 20 hours a week. Low stress. Guess it matters on who you work for, though. And then another one says, I have 3 nephews pulling $28 an hour as security guards at a data center. I can think of no better paying, less demanding job that hires folks with zero experience.
So jobs that are absolutely, where you're just there like an overnight watchman or something, if you're like in a booth or something, I don't think I'm made of the right stuff to do that. I'd get bored out of my mind.
Dude, my buddy, he sat in his car outside a paratransit yard where the paratransit buses, and that's what he did. Like, at that time, I guess we were like 19, 20 years old. I was like, that's pretty awesome.
Was the money pretty good?
Yeah.
Listen, God bless you.
Yep.
I'm just not, I think I'd go out of my mind. But some people are absolutely love that kind of pacing.
Somebody texts and says, broadcast engineer here. Low stress, high fun, entertaining industry. Just ask Rodney. Low stress my ass. I assume that's a joke.
Yeah.
It's got to be, right?
Rodney's constantly under duress.
Let me go to Adam real quick. We got a break in a second here, though. Hey, Adam, you're on the air. Good morning, buddy. Gadzooks. All right, so you yourself have a job that you would recommend because it's a little bit on the low stress but decent paying?
Yeah, people don't think of this as low stress, but I work in financial services. I train financial advisors. And the financial advisors that work with me, they make 7 figures, legitimately like $1 million a year.
Wow.
They, the craziest part right now is that the average age of advisors is close to 60. Most of them are working towards retirement.
Right.
And there is this massive gap needed to fill with younger professionals.
Okay.
So we have all of these advisors that are willing to train people, that want to bring them in, give them leads, help them build their books of business. But people think of this as a really high-stress job, when in reality, there's all of these tools and programs to make it simple and bring the stress down.
Yeah, I was wondering about that.
We've got a great financial advisor, and I wish I had the ease of that knowledge of knowing how that stuff works, but I understand what you're saying. He's got lots of tools at his disposal to make that job happen. You just have to really understand it.
Yeah.
And I would have a hard time with that. But if your proclivity is in that direction, dude, you learn how to make money work for you, you win.
Well, John Hamm,
absolutely win.
In your friends and neighbors, he comes from that realm, right? You know, different funds and things of that nature. And it worked out so well for him, he started stealing from his neighbors.
How about that? Wow.
This is different though. This is about relationships with people.
No.
It's no longer about managing money. It's all about just being a human being with other people and connecting and being
I don't
there
doubt
for
it, yeah.
the hardest moments.
But you're saying, Adam, right now, if you're a younger person and you're looking for an avenue that there is a great need for this as far as new people on board for it.
Yeah, I would say it's a massive need to the point where I would give you guys my number to give to people calling in looking for work.
Really? All right.
Yeah.
All right, we'll give your number out, Adam.
Give your
Go ahead
number.
if you want to.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, you don't have to. All right, buddy. Thanks for calling, man. We'll see you.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah,
Love you.
I could say that, love you. You know, because if you're a younger person, I think most people would think that someone who's a little bit older has probably accrued enough of the knowledge necessary. But if you're savvy, you're savvy.
Somebody texted in here and says, is this the same one? Yeah, walk with elderly people, a people walker, $40 per hour.
That's it?
Wow.
What is walk with elderly people? That it's not like a
walk too fast. You put a leash on them?
No, but I mean it's not like an aid, is it? A home aid or something like that?
I think you probably go out and I
don't know.
Yeah.
Or piggyback.
Wow. This says, I'm a trailer mechanic, $104,000 last year, no stress unless we get a call. They wrecked another trailer. Somebody says, tying up oil barges. Catch a rope, tie it to a bollard, about 25 hours of work a week, $1,800, $2,200 a week. Mindlessly easy, but snow and rain suck is what they say.
No, yeah, working, but that is kind of cool. It's kind of the seafaring life.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
without actually having to go to sea.
A longshoreman or whatever. Yeah. And then someone says, this segment has taught me that a bachelor's in biology isn't worth the paper it's printed on.
Sorry.
I don't know about that.
Unless you create life the way Frankenstein did.
You could do that. So aim high.
Yes.
All right.
This man, I made him out of pretzels.
Well, I am interested to see how your career day presentation goes, Casey, today.
You recording any
Cardinal O'Hara High School.
Yeah, you know what, man? I probably should record it just in case something terrible happens.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Casey, extra filler, turn around and have everybody stand up for a big selfie.
Oh.
Yep.
Yes.
There's little filler, there's little
yeah.
actions.
Have you thought about doing like a whole, together group movement thing or something like that?
Like a wave?
Like everybody, let everybody stand up.
All right.
Put your hands in the air like you just don't care.
You want a time filler? Take individual selfies with everyone.
That's what I should do. Oh my God, that would kill.
All right, now you.
So much
now
time.
you.
All right. Okay.
Now you.
That's a great idea. This is all part of the presentation, by the way. All right. Well, anyhow, good luck, and you'll let us know how you do it tomorrow.
Yes,
we'll take a break and come back. When we get back, we'll do the bizarre file, and we also have your chance to win $1,000. That's easy money right there. No sad dough. We'll be back in a moment. Plants or injections that
It
are
could
in
be
there.
that. You
know what I mean?
That sort of contouring is quite common these days.
Yeah.
Where you see someone who's the rest of their body fat ratio doesn't belie a sculpted abdomen.
And as you know, Steve, to get that in, because you've followed bodybuilding and stuff like that for a long time, to get the really definition, you have to build up the muscle first. Then you got to lose weight. Big time. You have to lose the fat. The fat covers up the muscle.
And you
when
have
the fat is gone, then you see the definition.
Absolutely. In case you would well know this as well, when they have to the water all of that has to be purged, and you would see it throughout the entire body.
Yeah.
You wouldn't just see it in the abs.
Right.
So, Preston, this one person you're talking about, did they have more like fat on them? Okay,
Exactly. So that's what I mean. it doesn't jibe together. So
Right.
I think they're doing either injections or maybe flat out implants.
There are ab implants.
Are there?
Yes, there are.
I wouldn't mind having ab implants. Once in my life, I'd like to have. I took a real shot at it, man. I worked really, really hard for.
You got it.
Kind of,
It's a
sort
mother
of,
effort.
but it was so. I had to give up. I was trying too hard, and I injured myself a couple times. I'm like, I can't do
Get them on your back. See how you like it?
Dude, those back abs are awesome.
You must work out like a
Look at
fiend.
that.
You've got back abs.
Yeah, I mean, these people
Six-pack
getting,
abs.
Are you looking at pictures, Mariz?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's like the equivalent of getting a boob job. You're just getting an ab job.
Yeah. So we're looking at the photos of the guy on the left.
Can they
here,
do
Marissa.
hand jobs?
It's kind of like the girl that I was saying. See how you can tell that he's got sculpted abs, but he has big love handles there on the side too. It just doesn't
seem to make sense.
Quite jive.
Yeah.
So, all right. Anyway, you can always do Dead People's Fat if you want to now, because that is
It's a good
available.
band name, Dead People's Fat.
All right, I think we got to wrap up the. Or do we have time for one more?
One
case?
more. One of
All right. Let's do a quicker one. Yeah. How about this? New research shows that stressed out rats are more likely to use cannabis when given the chance.
So they toke up when they get a little bit of agitation?
Yeah, they roll a spliff and get fired up, and you're good to go.
Irie.
Scientists at Washington State University created
Put on some Marley.
created a detailed behavior profile for 48 rats.
Yeah.
And then let them access cannabis vapor for an hour a day over 3 weeks.
Why not just give them edibles?
I know, right? Maybe they could. I'm not really sure. So the rats could get the vapor by poking their nose into a small port. Rats with higher levels of stress hormone cortisone use the cannabis more often than calmer rats.
This cheese tastes so good.
The connection was tied to their regular baseline stress levels,
I'm in the mood for pizza.
not stress from specific tasks or puzzles. Researchers also found that rats who had trouble adapting to changing rules were more motivated to seek out the cannabis.
It's kind of funny.
Trouble adapting to changing rules. They're like, dude, I can't figure this out. Let's just smoke
You're
up.
bumming me out.
Scientists hope this information could help people understand their own cannabis habits and make smarter choices about use.
Cannabis rats. There's another band name.
That's a band name. The Cannabis Rats. I love it. All right, there you go. That's Just Saying Institute for today, friends. We'll do some more research and we'll return another time with plenty to feed your mind with. And I saw Temple's fencing Dr. Nikki Frankie, who I believe you guys had at the Camp Out for Hunger. I thought you guys would like to share this. So absolutely, Dr. Frankie came by and taught me how to fence, which I think I did a pretty good job of, other than almost crippling my knee.
Yeah.
But
she was amazing, though.
She was excellent. And she is, she's had a 50-year coaching career at Temple. There was an event a little while back that they had over 100 of her former and current student athletes were in attendance. And each era got on stage and spoke about her impact. The women shared tears, laughter, and joy for the coach who changed their lives. She said it really was very moving. Over the years, it's still the same. The stories that they told and the things they remember, it really made me feel like, okay, I've done my job because they still have good feelings about their time here. That's the most satisfying thing about coaching.
She told the story about how it all came to be, and she just kind of on a whim, got involved with it. It became something very important to her. That program would not exist were it not for her.
She created it.
She created it, yeah.
So she is the 2026 winner of the NCAA Pat Summitt Award, an honor recognizing a coach who has demonstrated devotion to the development of college athletes and made a positive impact on their lives. And she was recognized for that alongside other NCAA honors recipients.
You should reach out to her and let her know how you were permanently crippled by your 7 minutes of fencing.
So her resume reflects her legendary status as a coach, as a fencer in her own right. Frankie earned National Intercollegiate Women's Fencing Association All-American honors, earned a spot on 2 Olympic rosters, and was inducted into the Brooklyn College Hall of Fame.
Nice.
As a coach, she is the all-time winningest women's athletics coach at Temple, amassing 898 wins in the 1992 National Women's Foil Team Championship. Under her direction, the Temple program perennial ranked in the top 10 with 37 fencers earning 66 NCAA championship selections and 25 fencers earning 35 All-American honors. She was a 4-time U.S. Fencing Coaches Association Coach of the Year and was inducted into the International Women's Sports Hall of Fame.
Think about the way her life just played out and you know, all these accolades and the commitment. But I mean, she had the 2 students with her the day she came out to the Camp Out for Hunger, and they were amazing.
Yeah.
So all the lives that she positively affected is just the staggering the amount of people that have gone through that program.
Yeah, it's a legacy.
Yeah.
It's absolutely.
I would call it iconic.
Almost Richard Marx-like, to be honest. So
the iconic fencing of Richard Marx.
So Eric, who emailed me, also said, hey, can I get a shout-out for my neighbor, Francesca Lucia? I'm not sure how you pronounce her last name. Loiseau. And she won the NCAA Inspiration Award. So he sent me an article about her, and I read about it. And she was a tennis player, collegiate tennis player in her freshman year, and she had a stroke.
Oh wow!
She was doing weight training, and boom, just nailed her, and like half her body went out, and they saved her life. They had to essentially bore a hole in her head,
Jesus,
and release the pressure of a brain bleed, and so she just took her a couple of years to rehab and get back, and she ended up getting back to tennis, and playing again in matches.
Well?
And I don't know if she got 100% all of her function back, but enough to participate again in the program. So she was given the NCAA Inspiration Award. So we want to give a shout out to her. Which is
just
cool.
on a side note, and we certainly do that. Years ago when I was powerlifting a lot, when that was one of the things I do, you know, I stopped doing that because I heard a couple of stories of like strokes and like I mean, when you're overtaxing your system like that, I'm like, I don't know, man, you're kind of flirting with. You know, that happened to Paul Hogan. He was weight training and doing some sort of excessive weight, and he had a stroke. He passed out.
Yeah.
And this was years ago.
Do you remember, famous musician, played chef on...
Richard Marx?
No, not Richard Marx.
Isaac Hayes.
Isaac Hayes.
He was on the
treadmill.
Yes.
He was exercising. He was doing what he was supposed to be doing, and had a stroke and died.
Honestly, if you can, sit on the couch and eat junk food.
Please.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah.
So I think it's Francesca Lusso, probably is how you say that, Marissa. I don't know.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay, I was just seeing if your eyes, if that made sense. All right, anyhow, that's the City Beat story. Here's another one for you. Wawa is closing a store on Drexel University's campus. This is nearly 3 years after remodeling to a digital order-only concept with no products on the shelves.
I remember when they debuted this. They had like a ribbon cutting and the whole thing, and it was going to be in it. The thing I like with Wawa, though, is that something doesn't work or they add something. They move. They're fluid.
So this didn't work.
One of the many things I like about
3300 Market Street location, which has been open since 2018, is set to close on the 21st of this month. It was remodeled in 2023 to test the new store format, which required customers to order all items on touchscreen, no shelves of products to browse. The pilot was not successful, leading to the store's planned closure, according to a statement from our friend Lori Bruce at Wawa. Prior to the pandemic, the store saw more food service than any other Wawa, they said. But the company statement shared by Lori said, over the years, we've made several attempts to address business and operational changes at this location. That effort includes partnering with property owner Drexel University in an attempt to address some of these issues, and most recently making investments in our store design to test fully digital format. Unfortunately, this test did not adequately improve performance or deliver an enhanced customer experience, which ultimately led to the decision to close the store, they said.
You know, I think there's a lot of the Wawa experience is I go in and to my Wawa and I'll see people that I see there, and there, you know, there's a little bit more of that. It's more like your country store.
If you are a regular at your Wawa, which you are, you know the people that work there.
Yeah.
You get to know them after a while. We need to expand our minds and knowledge at the Just Saying Institute.
The Just Saying Institute, home of the Marissa Magnata Mini Mount Snow Removal Service.
By the way, Marissa, she stepped out of the studio for a moment, but she was showing us some videos that she took of herself 15 years ago in Manayunk, where it was a really, really big snowstorm, and she and her friends are riding bikes down. I don't know if it was levering or one of the really, really steep roads. Crazy.
Yeah.
Insane.
Suicidal.
Yeah. So.
You said, what was you were saying? I could never do this now.
I can't do that anymore. I can't do that anymore. I will risk permanent damage in my destroyed knees and so on. So, all right,
tell my wife I love her.
We're going to start with this. NASA will soon run a high-stakes fueling test on its Artemis II rocket, a practice run that must succeed before 4 astronauts can fly around the moon. The U.S. Space Agency inched the 11 million pound space launch system and mobile launcher to a Cape Canaveral, Florida launch pad on Saturday. The slow procession of the 322-foot rocket, topped with the Orion spaceship, took 12 hours on the aging crawler transporter to complete.
Those things are amazing. Did you say 11 million pounds?
11 million pounds.
Wow, man.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I've been lucky. I've been to the Kennedy Space Center before, and we took a tour, like a close-up tour. You have to pay extra to do that.
Yeah.
And they took us by the crawlers, and you're right at the base of it. It's massive, and that's just the thing that moves the massive rocket.
To roll it out into place is astonishing.
It's pretty incredible. All right, we got 3 or 4 minutes before we need to get you the keyword, so let's do the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Pro Team Collision, your trusted auto body repair shop in King of Prussia. If you ever find yourself in an accident, go to the pros at ProTeamCollision.com. Well, this was a good one from the weekend. The driver of a lifted Chevrolet Silverado was so oblivious behind the wheel of a 3-ton truck that she missed an entire Lamborghini Huracan, drove onto it, and then put it in park to see what was going on.
Oh, my God.
That's how high lifted this Chevy Silverado was. So from the footage, the Lamborghini appears to be moving slowly through a parking lot, likely searching for a space. The Silverado enters with noticeably more speed than the setting calls for. There's no meaningful correction, no obvious braking in time, and then crunch. Except it doesn't stop at contact. The truck climbs the Huracan's front end and keeps going. Not a bump, not a scrape, a scene out of an actual monster truck show. The Lamborghini is wildly low to the ground. The Silverado is about as tall as it can get without rolling over at 45 miles per hour on a turn. And when a vehicle gets this tall, forward visibility shrinks, blind zones grow, and the consequences of even a small lapse in attention get amplified fast.
It's undrivable.
Yeah, based on the videos, it does not appear that anyone was hurt. Even better, a man who appears to be the Huracan's owner, posting on Instagram and shared footage of the aftermath himself, seems to be handling the whole thing with rather more grace than you would expect from someone whose supercar had just been used as a speed bump.
Oh, my God.
But I mean, they just rolled right up on it. It's crazy. A 14-year-old middle school student in China is designing and hand-building a functional turbojet engine from the ground up.
It's pretty amazing.
And he's doing it entirely on his own terms.
I did this thing one time where an egg went into a milk bottle. That's pretty cool.
Che Xinjiang became fascinated with aerodynamics as a kindergartner after noticing how paper planes float differently than paper balls. By third grade, he had taught himself calculus, aerodynamics, circuit board design, and professional engineering software, including SolidWorks and CAD.
Dude, I think you were talking about me.
He began documenting his progress on China's version of TikTok, where followers offered advice and even 3D printed components for him for free.
Jeez.
His first prototype failed with problems in the combustion chamber, compression alignment, and fuel system, but Che said the setback only motivated him. He is currently working on an improved second version and preparing to test it.
There's actually an issue with the drag coefficient.
His parents said that he once spent 3 hours a day reading science books on aeronautics, and he has refused to simply copy existing engine blueprints online, insisting on designing every component himself so that his work is actually worth something.
That's amazing.
I'm not sure I was potty trained at that age.
Wow. So what started as a routine trip to the bathroom ended in horror after a long drop toilet and I'll explain what that is in a moment, collapsed in Northern Territory, Australia, stranding a tourist waist-deep in excrement for several hours before she was rescued by a tradesman.
Kill me now.
The woman who was visiting the Henbury meteorite crater with her partner and 2 children entered the long drop toilet and didn't emerge for 3 hours. Now, long drop toilets are unlike traditional modern latrines. They use a deep dugout pit to collect waste, typically connected to a squatting pan or a toilet seat. They are common in remote areas. According to the investigators, initial inquiries indicated that the toilet fell into the sewage pit, taking the tourist with it. A witness who spoke on the condition of anonymity said the victor was in deep S.
There's S all over the place, Preston.
Standing up
on
there.
the mirror.
You're right. Standing up to her.
Everywhere!
Standing up to her waist, by the way.
All over the place.
Yeah. He said there was S, there was piss, all in that hole. The witness said the woman's partner had driven up the highway in a bid to find the phone reception and get help when the whole thing, when a tradie happened by. I'm not sure what a tradie is. He was able
to.
It's
a never-ending story.
He was able to lower the tow rope into the hole far enough for the woman to stand on it, the witness said, and used his car to lift her out.
There's everywhere!
Yeah, they said that their process took an agonizing 45 minutes.
You sure you don't want to die?
Yeah, the woman was unhurt except for a few cuts and was feeling understandably shaken. You know.
Damn it!
Yeah, she was.
There's shit on the windows!
She was taken to.
Oh my God!
She was.
My house is full of shit! He's shit everywhere!
She said.
Look what he did! He's shit all over the wall!
She said he was taken to the hospital after the incident.
Those toilets. So I was mentioning earlier that I watched a YouTube video about remote hotels and remote house. Like half of them have this kind of toilet because you can't run regular plumbing.
Yeah, it isn't the first time a long drop toilet caused problems in 2024. County Fire Authority crews were called to a property in Victoria after a man became stuck in one in dead of the night.
There's everywhere!
Yep, and it took him about an hour to get out.
Damn it!
Yeah, he was pretty upset.
He was upset.
And we're going to have to wrap it up there because it's already 3 minutes after 10 o'clock, and that means we need to get you $1,000.
93.3 WMMR Philadelphia. It's time for a
No set door!
keyword.
There's everywhere!
No, we're doing the keyword now. The keyword is bonus. BONUS, and you have until 25 minutes after the hour to enter it on the MMR app at WMMR.com, or you can text the special contest short code number, which is 45911. One random entry, $1,000 in our company-wide contest, and winners will get a call from Beasley. So make sure you answer your phone. Contest rules at WMMR.com, and Preston and Steve, no sad dough. Sponsored by Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union. So your next chance to win is at noon. Don't miss each and every opportunity today. So enter that now. The word is bonus, BONUS. Make sure you do that now. We'll take a break. We'll come back, and we'll get to lesson, question, trash, and music news when we return. That 4-mile trek could mark the first leg of Artemis 2.
I love the name Artemis, too.
Yeah,
it's perfect.
Which will be a 10-day journey around the moon and back that will put the spaceship through its paces. The lunar mission will be NASA's first with astronauts since Apollo 17. It's been 53 years since anybody has been up that close to the moon.
It's been way too long, and I know that you are. I assume you're like me. I'm out of my mind excited for this.
Oh, very much so. So the astronauts include Victor Glover, Christina Koch, Reed Wiseman, and Canada's Jerry Hansen that will be aboard.
No Katy Perry?
No Katy Perry on this one. No, she did go up in the Orion.
On that mission.
The Orion, right? Okay, so I'm sorry. I don't have is your microphone not on? There you go.
In the Blue Emu?
In the Blue Emu.
Yeah.
So the Blue Horizon, was that it?
Yeah.
All right. So
the Blue Waffle.
The so-called, they're calling it the wet dress rehearsal.
Oh, man, that's hot.
Will load the Mega Moon rocket with 700,000 gallons of ultra-cold liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen propellants and take the countdown all the way down to 29 seconds before liftoff.
You guys wait yet?
How this test goes will shape the flight timeline and determine whether launch opportunities
Go, Squirt, go.
in February remain in play.
So wait, when's the launch?
It's going to be February 2nd.
Ooh, that's exciting.
If it remains, if everything goes right, that
It's
can
12
always
days before Valentine's Day, Preston.
Can always change. So during the test, teams will fill the rocket and rehearse every major step of launch day fueling. Controllers will run through all countdown procedures, including the final terminal count, and then stop on purpose at T29 seconds. NASA is targeting February 2nd for the crucial exercise, though that could change depending on preparation. So
if you were to see like an Apollo 13 or anything that will show you the inside you just watched from the Earth to the Moon, inside those capsules, the kind of equipment looks borderline prehistoric to what they're going to have now when they go into space.
Yeah.
I mean, when you realize that at the time, the average cell phone that we carry had more technology than all of NASA at that time.
Yeah.
It puts it all into perspective.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. And you look at the antiquated computers that they were using and the commands that they had to give. So they used their commands were verb and noun.
Yeah.
It would be like verb 020 enter, noun 254 blank, and they would have to do these really long computations to do whatever they needed to change in the guidance computer, but they couldn't get anywhere without it. They had to use that stuff, and that's what and at the time it was cutting edge technology.
And then other times it was tape and a wing and a prayer.
Yeah, totally. So Artemis 2 builds on lessons from the uncrewed maiden voyage in 2022, which needed several tries to complete just the fueling. Engineers adjusted how they load liquid oxygen after seeing temperature issues and modified hardware after hydrogen leaks were discovered in the connections between the ground systems and the rocket. They also changed and cryogenically tested a key valve that had caused some trouble during the final uncrewed countdown. Since Artemis 1, the Kennedy Space Center has revised procedures and upgraded hardware as part of the Artemis 2 plan. Once the wet dress rehearsal ends, engineers will pore over the performance of the rocket, the Orion spacecraft, and the ground systems. Only if the data looks clean with the mission managers will they move on to setting a specific launch date, but they're hoping for February 2nd.
I mean, listen,
amazing.
We need to go back. And I know people say, why? It's something we need to do as a species. We need to explore.
Well, yeah. So the old adage is why?
Yeah,
because it's there.
It's there. Yeah,
and that's part of the reason. But there's some practical things too.
Sure,
that they need to figure out. And you never know what.
Velcro came out of the space program.
I mean, come on, man. So did Corningware.
Absolutely.
That came out of the space program. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. There are a lot of things, Marissa. In fact, you could pull up a list of household items that were created through the space program. They had other uses that they were intended for, but they ended up being perfect for other things that we still use to this day.
Yeah, absolutely. The melon baller.
That came from
of course. That's how lunar soil was scooped with a melon baller.
So Marissa just pulled, and I'll just read off the list here. I'll take it here, Marissa. So things that were created from the space program: dust busters, little handheld vacuums. Memory foam, was something that was created from NASA and the program.
Before that, the foam could not remember.
No, wireless headsets. Modern running shoes, water filters, scratch-resistant lenses, freeze-dried food, baby formula, treadmills came out of the program.
I mean, the double-headed dildo.
Wow.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
That was originally part of a retro rocket.
I did not.
And they repurposed it.
And they repurposed a double-headed dildo from the space program.
Houston, I think we have another use for this.
Wow. Let me get back to you in a couple of minutes.
If you hear some groaning, just ignore that.
So anyhow, they're doing those. They're getting the full what they call the wet dress rehearsal underway.
We talked about this last week about the resort on the moon or things of that nature, and the projected cost of what it'd be to go there. I don't think, obviously, in my lifetime, I'm not going to make it. But I mean. How exciting is that? And maybe for some people don't give a rat's ass, but for me and for you, it's been part of science fiction lore forever.
It's been a while. We've been off for a couple weeks, and we haven't shuffled around the streets of Philadelphia. It's time for the city beat, folks. So we're gonna
scoobly wow wow
get in it.
Feet, beat, meat. That's all you need to know.
That's it. All right. So a new baby African penguin at the Adventure Aquarium in Camden was unveiled yesterday. And now they have announced a contest to name the baby penguin.
I love this because it's twofold. It's to name the penguin and then how best to prepare it.
No, you don't. We're not going to eat it.
No, it's adorable. It's funny how when you talk about the changes that some, animals go through when they are young to what they become when they're older. We essentially look like small versions of humans, but there's this massive change that takes place. But it's adorable.
Yeah, they're cute. Casey, I know you have a knack for coming up with names for dogs.
Yeah.
Do you ever, collect those names, have a repository of them, and maybe you could dip in there and find something, a great name for this penguin?
Well, my latest dog name actually could go with this
With the penguin?
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
Go-birds.
Go-birds.
Go-birds actually.
That's one word.
Yep.
Go-birds.
Where do you stand on go-birds? You.
I don't love it.
Yeah.
I think it's a cute idea.
Yeah.
But the plural at the end
It
throws me off a bit.
Yeah.
What about any one of our band names?
Dude, okay. So yesterday, finally, I wrote them all down and I printed it up.
Really?
And I have it here with me.
Okay.
I have the full list of the Preston Elliott band name repository that I've been collecting for years and years and years. I'm not going to read it. I'll just show you.
Give us a taste.
I'll show you. This is the full collective here.
Oh, my God.
It is, hang on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm counting the pages.
God, we could sell this too.
6.
The music industry.
I was
I have
in
8 pages. Well, about 7 pages.
I was in a store the other day, Steve, and they had a little notebook, and on the front of it just said band names.
Oh my God!
Really?
Think of what we could. Think of all the money we won't make.
I'll just give you. I highlighted my favorite ones.
Okay.
I'll just give you one for now because maybe eventually I will reveal the whole thing. But I really like this one. Saskatoon Bible Camp. And here's another good one. The Shoe Tree Dildos. Okay?
Hey, come on!
I've got pages and pages of these
those are
names.
great.
I don't think they'd be right
for a penguin, no.
But where did shoe tree dildos come from?
I don't know.
You have
Something
no
Steve
idea?
said, probably.
Okay.
It happens a lot while we're discussing something offbeat, and then 2 words or 3 words are put together, and I'm like, that's a great name.
It's almost like when you're playing that game where you look for the there's a whole page of letters and you look for words within the and that's the same
word
thing.
search.
Yeah.
So I agree with you. Those probably wouldn't be suitable for a penguin.
No.
Don't think they should do the penguin make penguin face.
No, don't do that. That's kind of old, but
The penguin's sibling is Schubert, if that inspires.
okay.
And his parents are Hubert and Mushu.
And Mushu, that's right. So the unnamed chick was hatched November 21st and was the 3rd African penguin to be hatched at the Adventure Aquarium last year. The announcement of the new chicks are held off until they determine that the new bird is healthy and expected to survive, so they've gotten past that point now. The other 2 baby African penguins, Duffy and Oscar, hatched earlier in November.
What I do remember about the penguins when I visited them is that they stank.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
They do. Horribly bad.
Well,
Yeah.
So there's also always at the Adventure Aquarium.
Yeah.
They have the penguins as well.
Yeah.
And that's fairly stinky. I don't remember the zoo stinking as much, but yeah.
What about? Oh, so I thought that was Adventure Aquarium. My bad. What about the name Oswald? Because of Oswald
Lee
Cobblepot.
Harvey Oswald?
No, Oswald Cobblepot.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, for the penguin. Oswald would
Completely
actually...
to give away now, and it is a lesson question prize. And we are so excited. The Dog Star is coming to town Friday, August 14th at the Hard Rock Live. Well, not in town. They're going to be at the Addis Arena.
A-Town.
In Atlantic City. So if you answer... Now, there are a couple of questions I could have gone with this morning.
All right.
I think I'm going to go with this one, and then I'll tell you the other one that I wanted to go with. But what is Bulagar? Is that how it was said?
Bulagar, yeah.
Bulagar.
Bulagar, yeah.
All right, what is Bulagar? 610-660-9333. Let's see if you know the answer to that. And I'll tell you the other question I was going to ask in a little while. And while you're calling in, letting us know what Bulagar is, we'll do the trash. How about that?
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you this morning by 80 Moyer, trusted expert since 1939. 80 Moyer Lumber is your professional source for decks, windows, doors, kitchens, millwork, and more. Visit them on the web at admoyer.com. What's going on today, Steve?
Well, Preston, Bill Cosby's legal team fighting to erase the monetary damages he's been ordered to pay his victims. Cosby says his savings have been severely drained, forcing him to tap into his pudding pop money.
Oh.
Meryl Streep's daughter, actress Mamie Gummer, finalizing her divorce from actor Mihar Sethi. Mamie says she wants some time to take a break from stupid names. And finally, Marie Osmond posting an Instagram carousel in honor of her late brother, Alan Osmond, featuring the other brothers, Wayne, Merrill, Jay, Donnie, and Jimmy. The carousel also included pictures of Greg, Peter, Bobby, Mike, Sam the Butcher, and Ron Weasley.
Sure. We will see if you've been paying attention. We need to know what Bulligar is. I'm going to go to Bill and see if he knows. Hey, Bill, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Morning, buddy. All right, Bill, do you know what Bulligar is?
Butter garlic.
Butter garlic, yeah. Hang on. We're going to set you up, bud. We got some tickets for you to go and see the band Dogstar. You know, Keanu Reeves' band. August
John Wick.
14th at the Hard Rock Live at Addis Arena at Hard Rock Hotel and Casino, Atlantic City. Tickets are on sale now at hardrockac.com. All right, let's get to music news.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you this morning by Hellsberg Diamonds, Mother's Day, Sunday, May 10th. And Hellsberg has you covered with classic gifts Mom will love, up to 50% off. Shop in store or online at hellsberg.com. Foo Fighters made history on Saturday as the first American act to perform on SNL UK, appearing just one day after dropping their new album, Your Favorite Toy. With guitarist Pat Smear back after recovering from a broken foot, the band gave live debuts to Caught in the Echo, the album's opening track, and first single, Child Actor.
To be honest, I kind of like having a second SNL from England, and like SNL's off here, you have one from there, and also because of things like this, you have extra musical acts.
The episode
to take in
was hosted by Bridgerton star Nicola Coughlan, whose monologue featured a cameo from Jimmy Fallon.
Yeah,
and a bit of fun where Fallon encouraged her to ask Dave Grohl to be her best friend. And he said, we're live, and he has to say yes. So it was cool that some Americans are starting to pop up over there. I'm surprised it took this long for that to actually happen.
Well, the first host was Tina Fey.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I meant just for the show in general.
For the show in general, yeah.
I wonder if this is them grooming Tina Fey to take over for Lauren.
Eventually?
Yeah,
maybe.
That theory's always out there.
Yeah, maybe. Grammy-winning rapper and singer Everlast has officially announced his first new album in 8 years. Embers to Ashes drops August 28th on his own Martyr Inc. Records in partnership with 30 Tigers and Regime Music Group. The Americana bluesy rock act album was produced by Yellow Wolf and recorded in Nashville with contributions from songwriter David Ray, known for his work with Jelly Roll and Teddy Swims. Everlast describes it as inspired by his last decade of chaos, loss, and a few wins. You laughing at the names?
Well, yeah. Coupled with the song, when it plays, it would have the worst sound edits in it. You remember his main hit?
Oh, yeah.
What it's like?
Yeah. Michael Stipe has always looked at things a little differently from most people. The front man from REM visited with Stephen Colbert on The Late Show last week to talk about a wide range of subjects, one of which was the trend of musicians of a certain age to find themselves the subject of a biopic. And Colbert asked the singer if he had any ideas on who should play him if a biopic were to be made. And the host had suggested comedian David Cross, due to both having a bushy gray beards. An audience member shouted out J.K. Simmons, but Stipe went in a different direction. He said maybe Billie Eilish could do it. And he suggested she'd be good, kind of got similar eyes, Colbert had said. When Colbert asked if the singer had ever met Eilish, Stipe recalled that she once held a door open for him at a restaurant in Manhattan. He said, I don't know if she knew who I was. She was incredibly polite and sweet, he said. And Stipe did add that, to the best of his knowledge, no REM biopic was under consideration.
Yeah, I'd like to see one. A regular documentary would be fine.
Yep. And essentially, that's what we have in music news. But we have a last-second guest who we're adding to the program today. She is the executive director for the Philadelphia Music Alliance, and the Philadelphia Music Alliance has the Walk of Fame, of course.
Yes, which we love.
Pierre Robert is one of the inductees into the Walk of Fame. The Hooters are in the Walk of Fame. A lot of very famous musicians and broadcasters in Philadelphia are part of that. So we want to welcome Carrie Park Lennon here this morning. How are you, Carrie? Nice to see you.
I'm doing well. I'm thrilled to be here. Thanks for having me.
No problem. Well, you guys have a new class you're inducting, right?
We do. On May 13th, the 2026 class of new Walk of Fame inductees will join the walk, and we're so excited.
That whole area is getting a refurb, which is very cool.
It is.
And there's the extension, obviously, to the walk itself. So it's really in turnaround. It's going to. I think we're already proud of it, but I think it's going to be something that's going to be exponentially that much more. You know?
Yeah, we started it 40 years ago in 1986, and so as well, and Avenue of the Arts came right behind that.
Yeah.
And so it's really a nice time for that area to get some more attention and a little refresh.
So are the markers being redone?
They are.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
Yes, that's breaking news.
Breaking news. You heard it right here on the Preston and Steve Show.
Breaking news.
So how many inductees this year?
There's 9. We have 9 inductees this year, and we are very excited. This is a really exciting year. We have Yannick Nizet Segan from the Philadelphia Orchestra, of course, the music and artistic director.
Yes.
We also have Institution, the Philadelphia Boys Choir.
Excellent.
Hugh Panera, who is arguably the best Phantom that has ever been. Adam Blackstone, as we know, of course, global music director. Lady B, radio broadcast and hip-hop pioneer. Sun Ra Orchestra. We also have radio legend Louise Williams Bishop, as well as Pablo Batista, and we will be doing a Lifetime Achievement Award for drummer Earl Young.
Oh, excellent.
See, so I know some of these people, and some of these people I do not, and that's why this is such a cool thing, because you then can make yourself aware of their legacy. But I mean, the fact that that they're being added and joining the great Pierre Robert is so cool.
So Earl Young, I did know of the name because he's a drummer, but he's kind of one of the people that brought. So there's a very disco beat.
Yes.
There's a very recognizable beat in drums. Stat. And he's the guy that kind of brought that to the forefront.
Absolutely.
So you think of Disco Inferno.
Yeah. There you go.
That's it.
That's him.
And so that's really cool. And so he's getting a Lifetime Achievement Award.
The Tramps will actually also be performing Disco Inferno.
Oh, wow.
And they'll be doing it at what event?
At the gala. So the induction itself takes place during the day. It'll be right out on the sidewalk on the Avenue of the Arts by the Kimmel Center. And that's where the new plaques will be unveiled, and all of the artists will be able to see their plaque for the first time. And that happens at noon on May 13th, on Wednesday, May 13th. And then in the evening, we have a gala to celebrate the new inductees.
There's a new 10-hour documentary coming out about Pierre's acceptance speech.
Exactly.
And the one person he forgot?
Jason Fahon.
Jason Fahon, his right-hand man, his producer for all those years. We came down. I didn't go to the gala, but we went down for the unveiling and the dedication and everything. There was a little live broadcast happening, and it was really super exciting. And the Hooters were down there; they were all excited.
Great. Yeah,
it was a lot of fun. For the gala, is this open to the public?
It is. We do have tickets, a few tickets still available on our website. You can visit us at philadelphiamusicalliance.org. And we're really excited. This year, I think, is going to be really special, celebrating 40 years.
That's great. The Music Alliance, how do you guys make the decision? Is there a panel of people that vote?
Yeah, so our board goes through, we have a running list that we're always taking new suggestions. I'm always meeting people and finding out, to your point about there's so much history. Philadelphia has so much history and so many icons that have come out of the city. So we have a running list that we're always maintaining. And then our board spends time sort of deciding when's the right year, who's the right fit, and it goes through a selection process.
So let me ask, is it going to keep going straight, or is it going to make a turn at some point, or, for the walk?
The actual road.
Yeah.
So we hope to stay going down Broad Street as long as we can.
Perfect. Yeah.
But we are, as Avenue of the Arts works on their upgrades, we're sort of working about how we can get creative, and we'd like to see it just go down Broad Street, forever.
The cool thing is to just see people walking along and looking at the name. I mean, that's the best. You
It
know?
really is, and it's been really exciting to see people get excited and find out. We just had, inductee Linda Creed get acknowledged by the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and people were finding out that she was from Philadelphia.
Yeah.
So it's great. It's great to see people connect with it.
So, Carrie, if people would like to get tickets to the event, how do they do that?
Sure, you can visit us right on our website, PhiladelphiaMusicAlliance.org, and find all the information there. And we'd be thrilled to have you join us.
Excellent. All right. Well, we'll pass the word.
Thank you so
we
much.
hope the event goes well. That's coming up on the 13th. 11:30 a.m. is the induction ceremony, and then the gala is going to be later on that night at 6 o'clock. So thank you, Carrie, and thanks for doing this. We love that this is in Philadelphia.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me.
Carrie Park Lennon, Executive Director of the Philadelphia Music Alliance. We're going to take a break, come back in a second, wrap up the program. Stay with us.
Nefarious, horrible, strangling, pimp. Yeah, that might be not the most appropriate for a penguin.
You remember that they stank. All I could think about is that they have CDs hanging in their little enclosure to kind of, the light reflects on them.
They like the
and it
shimmering
distracts
stuff?
them.
Oh, really?
I remember that. Really? Okay.
And they choose the artists.
Yes.
They get to choose which musicians are represented.
Harvey Danger.
So, Mehdi Alskovich Pohl, a biologist, says that the aquariums, in the aquarium's introduction video, although he's a little bit younger than the other two, he does make up for it in size. He is quite a big baby penguin chick. And so starting today, or yesterday actually, aquarium visitors are available to now vote on one of 4 names offered the new penguin. Oh man, I thought we were going to be able to
I thought
submit.
from scratch.
Okay, well, these are pretty good names.
All right.
So Scrappy, Zero, Flounder, and Toothless.
Well,
those are cute.
Toothless, wonderful from How to Train Your Dragon. Flounder, obviously Animal House.
Yeah.
I don't know. I might.
Zero might be from Casey, that show Sticks.
Yeah.
With Owen Wilson. There's a character named Zero on that show. And I'm not sure about Scrappy.
I like Zero.
Just like my country, I'm young, scrappy, and what is it?
And hungry.
Young,
Just like my country, young, scrappy, and hungry.
Young, happy. Yeah, okay.
Whatever.
I don't know if any of those are thrilling me, but I might do Toothless because I love that character so much.
I like Zero. I think I would go with that. The unnamed chick is being parented, like Marissa said, by Mushu and Hubert, and they also parented a 2024 chick named Schubert.
How about Moobert?
Then their Mushu was named for a dragon sidekick from the movie Mulan, the Disney movie.
Okay,
Mulan.
yeah.
So the aquarium's birds and mammals team chose possible names using a dragons and sidekicks theme.
Here's my suggestion, and don't dismiss it immediately.
Okay.
If you want global press, name it the C word.
Yes, do it.
Right?
If you want to make waves,
yeah.
want to get your name out there.
You will not believe what they named the penguin at the Philadelphia Zoo.
Mm-hmm.
Are you
Is it the zoo or the aquarium that has
It's
it?
the aquarium.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Adventure
In case I
Aquarium.
misunderstood.
Okay, yeah.
So the naming contest will close on January 19th, and the winner will be announced January 20th, Penguin Awareness Day, the aquarium staff had said. So that's why they're doing it on that day. African penguins, by the way, which originate from the waters around southern Africa, are classified critically endangered. So the hatches are important to the survival of the species.
Do you know what they have over the Adventure Aquarium, which is kind of a cool thing, is they have the porcupines.
Yeah.
Which are, okay, you got these too.
Yeah, I don't know why those were chosen to be a part of the aquarium. They're in with the hippos, I believe. Is Button still there? The hippo, do we know?
I think
Because Marissa, we went there like the first or second year we were here at MMR. We all went over there together to meet Button when she first showed up.
Yeah.
And I have no idea.
Got to be a full-blown hippo now.
If that's full status.
And you know what? They're simultaneously adorable, but they're
deadly.
Are deadly.
Yeah. They're awesome, though. They're really cool.
How long do hippos live? Because in 2019, Button turned 22. So that would make Button 22.
Yeah, I don't know.
5,
I have
6,
no
7.
idea what their longevity is. I assume it's fairly long, but
it doesn't seem to be a high-stress life.
There's that iconic photo of me, like Button's mouth completely wide open, and then my mouth next to it, my tongue ring hanging out.
I made you do that because at the time we had learned that you could put your whole fist in your mouth. Can you still do that, by the way?
I don't know. It's
You know
been a
what
minute since I'm trying. I'm a married woman.
That would make you even.
You don't have
better.
to do that anymore.
Yeah, that's when you stop doing it. The thing is that you could. A human adult could easily fit in that friggin' mouth.
Yeah.
That mouth. It's amazing.
Oh, I thought you meant my mouth.
All right. So if you want to help name the penguins, you can do that. You can check on the Adventure Aquarium website. All right. Here's another thing.
I like this.
From the City Beat.
They're going to do some cocaine.
This happened shortly before we took a break, and I wanted to point this out. It's kind of an older story. You may know it, but I thought this was so cool. It's out of West Deptford, and somebody had sent me this story, and I forgot they were somehow or another, they knew the people involved. So when a lottery rep called John DiCarlo and told him that someone at his bar won over $590,000, he knew something was up. And it was from the Quick Draw game, a popular activity among patrons at Southwood Bar in West Deptford. Drawings take place every 4 minutes. And on the night of December 8th, a New Jersey lottery rep informed DiCarlo that someone in his establishment won that $100,000 that afternoon. But something was up. Nobody at the bar that day indicated that they were holding a big winner. And maybe the lucky patron didn't want anybody to know. They secured a large sum of money, stuff like that. But maybe they didn't realize that they won the ticket and was discarded and possibly gone for good.
Yeah, how do you go about finding that person?
Listen to this. So, what ensued was a man's holiday season journey of detective work, dumpster diving, and rummaging through piles of garbage to reunite a life-changing slip of paper buried in chicken wing residue.
Wow.
With its rightful owner. That's right. So DiCarlo said that there were multiple people playing that day. He said it took a little detective work to get down to that individual and then take a chance. Do I dive into that dumpster or not? He said because it may very well not be there. So the way the game works, ticket holders can select up to 10 numbers between 1 and 80. 20 of those numbers are drawn every 4 minutes, and players can select their wagers and how many draws they want to play. Most players at the bar only select 1 or 2 numbers, which yields a smaller prize, but you're far more likely to match a couple of numbers in all 10. Each ticket features a second progressive game underneath, and for an extra fee, players can win a growing jackpot by matching all 10 numbers. And bet $1, you can win 10% of the prize. Bet $5, you win 50%. Bet $10 to win it all. DiCarlo admits that he didn't know about that part until the lottery rep had called, and that's when he learned that a patron had bet $5 on the progressive jackpot, which had been nearly $1.2 million. Few people pay attention to it since it's a tough win, you know?
Yeah.
He said, so I called my bartender, and I said, did anybody go jumping for joy? He said, for most folks, that would be a significant semi-life-changing event, and they're like, no, nobody did anything. So he and his wife, Denise, the co-owner, were in alignment, and they were going to do whatever it took to find that lottery ticket and give it to the winner, but they didn't know who won. The jackpot was won at 3:16 p.m. that day, so DiCarlo examined his bar security footage from that period. He narrowed it down to a few people and then selected a possible patron. The footage showed that the customer with a ticket folded over the edge of the bar, which was later brought to the trash. And he said, I couldn't see it in the camera if it hit the trash or not, but I thought if that's a ticket, they didn't claim it, it's not in their wallet, there's a good chance it's going to be there. So he decided to search the dumpster the following day. And so he apparently it was reported that morning, media outlets, that there was a winner there. And so everybody started calling him and saying somebody at the bar won. He's like, yeah, I know about it.
With calls.
So he got into the dumpster. He took out 10 bags of trash. He put them in the back of his car. He took them home. And then he started going through he went through almost every bag, and he couldn't find anything.
He did find Lenny Dykstra's dentures.
Finally. That's where they were. But he said after going through those bags, it's etched in me now that we did pretty good on wing night. So I was going through blue cheese, and I ultimately found one ticket in the bottom of those bags. It was ripped in half, and it was drenched in hot sauce. I looked at the number. It didn't match. It was at the bottom of the bag, so I thought, I don't know, maybe it's not here. Or maybe he missed it. And he decided to search contents 2 or 3 more times before changing gloves, and he decided to get back in there. He said, I lifted a couple of napkins at the bottom of the bag. I looked. There was something balled up. I pulled it out. It was wet and messy. but I carefully brought it out, and there were 2 or 3 tickets. I laid them out, and I looked, and sure enough, one of them was the winning ticket.
Listen, and this is not for him. It's for someone else.
It was for somebody
else. Out of the blue, motivated to do this. That says a lot about this guy.
My question is this. Does he have rightful claim to that ticket? Does he have to find the patron who bought that? Or,
in other words,
could that have been him?
Yeah. Because they actively threw it away. That is a very good question. But they did pay for it.
Yeah.
So he's not that type of person.
Right. Yeah.
You know, and he could have easily.
I mean, that amount of money can change someone's life.
That person didn't know that they threw away a winning ticket, Ryan.
So I'm kind of having an existential crisis because this bar is actually down the street from my local watering hole back home. So there's a bar up the street called Captain's Corner, which is one of my absolute favorites. And just I'm thinking about all the times, like, you know, I like ex's dads would go in there. Like it's one of those like drive by it and you miss kind of places, but I think I might start attending this place if there's going to be lottery tickets to be had.
And a staff nice enough to do something.
Yeah, exactly.
Seriously.
So he called the winner, and the winner wants to remain anonymous, but he asked if they played the lottery. That was from 6:30 this morning, and it would have been what members of the Little Rascals joined Sydney Sweeney and Scooter Braun. At whatever event they were at, and it was Spanky and Alfalfa. Of course. George Scooter and Spanky and Alfalfa.
The whole Little Rascals.
Yeah, Buckwheat and everybody.
Yeah.
But anyhow, I would like to thank, actually, our main guest we had on this morning. Earlier today, we had Scott Patterson on. From Gilmore Girls, and he was fantastic.
He's a regular guy.
He's a Philly dude.
Yeah.
I mean, he grew up in Jersey. He was born in Philly. Grew up in, where was he?
Haddonfield.
In Haddonfield, so right by Cherry Hill. And he was so excited to be here.
And after,
it was like all his friends couldn't believe he was going to be on WMMR.
He was freaking out. And he goes, afterwards, he goes, "You're my kind of guys."
Yeah, he was great. So he's performing with his group. They're just getting started. It's their first time out. But he's got like this all-star badass series of musicians in that they're all fantastic at their instruments.
Some are sons of royalty.
And Neil Sean's son is in the band, is a guitarist. And so they're going to be at City Winery tomorrow night, 7:30. Tickets on sale, citywinery.com/Philadelphia. But he was great to have on. And then we had Carrie on from the Philadelphia Music Alliance, which was the last second edition. So it's cool to have her by, too, as they're inducting a new crew into the Walk of Fame and everything. So Matt Cord's here, back from the weekend.
So he's in Gilmore Girls?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know.
He runs the diner.
I didn't know either, dude.
It's Nate, my nephew Nate. It's one of his favorite shows.
Oh, really?
Oh my God.
Yeah, because Nate's right about that perfect age when it was fresh.
Yeah.
It was like after Dawson's Creek, before The Hills.
Yeah, but he reminded me a little bit like David Boreanaz.
Same.
Yeah. Local guy, actor in Hollywood.
Doesn't take it too
loves
seriously.
Sports.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And they've got like a rabid following,
Yeah.
like a loyal
Yeah.
following. And I never knew, sorry about that. I never knew about that show at all.
Yeah.
But apparently,
By the way,
the people who love it, they love it.
Boreanaz is going to be playing Jim Rockford in the new Rockford Files.
I didn't know that.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Cool.
All right.
Nice. How was your weekend, man?
Well, it was great.
Good.
Exception of the basketball team.
Oh, yeah.
2 losses.
How was your last game?
Oh.
It was a blowout.
It was.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, they covered you on the national broadcast.
Yeah.
They did the team introductions.
They carried the intros.
That's awesome.
Yeah. And it was electric. And I was so glad that, listen, if that is their last game, and it ain't over until it's over, but I'm glad that you got to intro the process.
On Friday, Matt teased that he was going to be doing something special with the intros. He was on the court with the players.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Like right there as they were running out.
Like as close as you and I are, I'm like, you're Tyrese Maxey. I'm a 6'2" guy. And it's kind of intimidating. Like, they're looking at you like, dude, shut up.
Yeah.
Calm down.
Because I never, when you introduce the team, you don't see them run out. You're at your little table. And I'm like, they're all 5 of them are waiting for me to tell them. And then yesterday, the camera guy it was a national game on NBC, and they had their camera, and his cord kept running into me, and I like almost fell over. And
man.
It was pretty funny.
Wow.
But
that is cool, though.
Yeah.
Did any of them like high five you or tap you or anything?
DJ Edgecombe was like, he was like, this could be fun. But he's the rookie, he's the 20-year-old. But it was we got killed. I've never seen a team hit so many 3-point shots. They attempted, I think, 54 and hit like 24.
Wow.
Yeah.
Jeez.
The game has changed.
Yeah.
It has.
Like the 3-point shot came in 1980 and teams averaged maybe like 2 a game. 2 a game.
Yeah.
And now they're
54.
jacking up 50.
Drilling it.
Yeah. And everybody on their team can hit a 3. It was it's like, stop.
It was frustrating.
Yeah. Anyway.
But
good to see you guys. How's your cold?
Oh, I just feel like crap.
Yeah.
Man. I feel horrible.
You sound good.
Thank you.
You sound like you do some low-end voiceovers right now.
I'm mustering up enough energy to bring it all home, but I don't know, man. I'm losing this.
What's the movie guys, the classic voiceover?
Don LaPerriere?
Yeah. What's his line in the movies? Just when you...
In a world.
In a world, yeah.
In a world.
Yeah.
Only it hurts. Can't do that much. All right, let's do the letter first. Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
H, as in Hoobastank.
Hey! All right, and we will give away a pair of tickets to each of these concerts. Does not include Hoobastank. But it's the Live Nation Summer Concert Series, and a pair for each. Benjamin Franklin.
Benjamin Franklin, lesser known forefather, but Benjamin Franklin, of course.
He's still around. I see the guy all over
Benjamin
the city.
Franklin?
Yeah.
Yeah, he invented the swim spa.
I said Benjamin Franklin.
So good.
It isn't a pool, it's a spa.
I was holding it together till the very end.
I proposed a hybrid, not a pool, not a spa, but a swim spa. Franklin, that's insane.
Breaking Benjamin.
Oh, is that what
Not
it is?
Benjamin
Okay.
Franklin.
He's forgotten.
Breaking Benjamin.
History has forgotten Benjamin Franklin.
Evanescence, MMRBQ, Motley Crue, The Black Crowes, and Muse. And you can make it a Summer of Life from Wednesday, April 29th to Tuesday, May 5th. If I didn't feel so lousy, I'd be laughing harder. You can head to livenation.com/Summer of Live. To see what participating shows are selling for $30 tickets.
I propose we throw boxes of Boulagar into the harbor.
Benjamin Franklin. I need to put that on the band name list.
Yeah.
Wow. All right, what's up on the show today, Matt?
Well, you were talking about Neil Schoen, so I got a block of Santana today.
Yeah.
He's early Santana, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like Black Magic Woman.
Right.
Any Santana's good.
Okay, Guns N' Roses and The Cult, and today's Pierre's Vinyl Cut, the Jim Carroll Band, all the people who died.
It's a great song.
Yeah.
Bobby had leukemia at 14, looked like 65 when he died.
Yeah.
Did you ever see the movie The Basketball Diaries?
Absolutely, with Leo DiCaprio,
Yeah,
right?
he's like 19 in the movie. He looks about 7.
Yeah, he's terrific.
And Michael Imperioli plays Bobby, the guy with leukemia.
It's a solid movie.
And it's he's portraying Jim Carroll in that, right?
Yeah. Because Jim Carroll had a book called The Basketball Diaries.
Right.
And, he lived in Long Beach, Long Island.
I did not know
He was
that.
a very good basketball player.
All right. Well,
Could hit threes.
Matt's got you covered. I want to thank our sponsors. President Steve Show has been brought to you today by Duncan. President Steve Show runs on Duncan. Also brought to you by the Foundation for Delaware County. Delco gives it back. Delco Gives is back.
Yep.
Donate to local nonprofits May 6th and 7th. Thank God we're done.
That's it. Only 4 more left this week.
We're working on the show for tomorrow. We'll see what happens. That's it. We're done. Rage on and have a great day in the morning. We'll see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.